At the peak of her powers.
She steps back, has a good look, and nails it.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Finds it with a third dart. Great to get that victory.
Crossing for the corner. Brian O'Sullivan.
On his second leg, Angelica.
Double 18 for a 153 and the biggest comeback.
Takes a moment to readjust and then pins it perfectly. And win it with a 160. Yes, she can.
Bullseye for McKinley for one apiece and picks it out perfectly. The target for a 3-0 victory, and it is a 3-0 victory. A big sigh of relief for
Yeah, it is Final Chance Friday here at Women's Week 4 at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Day 2 of both Groups B and Group C, which is the focus here this afternoon. Welcome along, good afternoon to the action at the Modus Super Series, where we're going to find out the remaining 5 finalists across 2 sessions today, the first of which will see 2 players qualify from Group C. And this evening, we will find out if Laura Turner will be on the stage on Saturday night. She's alongside me now. Laura, fantastic evening for you last night, 3 out of 4. Just give us your reaction.
Yeah, honestly, I'm delighted. Obviously, in terms of the performance levels, perhaps that's something that can still, you know, that can still go up. But it's all about the wins. It's getting across the line. So to win 3 from 4, I wasn't expecting it beforehand, and I most definitely will take it.
Top of the table as well after that victory over Gemma Hayter. She also won 3 from 4, but by virtue of that head-to-head record, it means that you are top. Must be a nice feeling.
Wonderful feeling. I just need to manage, you know, try and perhaps. It's quite easy for me to sit here and now think, right, I just need to get a couple of wins and hopefully I'll be through. But just going out, trying to do the same thing. Yeah,
everyone got points last night, so your 2 wins, you would be through. But everybody's still in contention, as they often are in Group B. But it's going to be Group C we focus on this afternoon. And to be honest, everyone's in contention in this group as well. Even Angela Kirkwood has an outside chance, we were saying yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Mathematically, anyone can still get through. Obviously, it's very difficult for Angela. She's going to have to. You feel she's going to have to go through the card just to keep in touch with everyone else. But it is still possible.
Kirsty Hutchinson, though, she had a fantastic day, winning 4 out of 5 matches. What does she need to do to replicate that and make sure she gets over the line today?
Well, when she was speaking afterwards, she was just saying, obviously, she's come in with that level of positivity, just wants to go up there and enjoy it. And hopefully we'll see more of the same, because it was conducive. We saw the best start she's played all week, and deserves to be at the top of the table. Yeah,
certainly in a very strong position, Kirsty there. The other players chasing her down, there are everyone really doing it. Vicky Proom's got a great record here. We saw Sophie McKinney do some good stuff. Maybe Paige Pauling felt she could have got more points yesterday, but she showed throughout the week flashes that she could put a day together that could take her into that second spot, if not first.
Yeah, we know what a great talent the Paige Pauling is. She actually mentioned herself that perhaps she hasn't put in the best performances that she possibly could here at the Modus Super Series. So if she can find some of those, then absolutely there's no reason why Paige can't go through to Saturday. But again, she's in that chasing pack, and she's just a couple of points away from the top of the spot. But again, good day today, and you never know what happens.
Yeah, well, let's see who can upset the bookies, just like Laura did last night as a 16-1 outsider. Angela Kirkwood, a 40-1 outsider in this group with just 2 points. Paige Pauling and Natalie Gilbert, 14-1. They really see it as 2 from 3, Laura. Would you agree with that?
I think based on what we've seen and where they're positioned, and knowing that only 2 go through as well, yeah, I can understand those type of odds coming through. I mean, it pretty much follows where the table is at the moment. But again, I said it yesterday, I think there's going to be some twists and turns. It was a tight group. Everyone was beating everyone else. And if we have a similar day today, then there's definitely an opportunity for someone there that even if they don't top the group, they can go in second place.
Well, you are in pundit mode this afternoon, so you know the question that's coming. Which 2 are going through?
Yeah, again, I can't see if Kirsty can just get a couple of wins. I can't see with that lead that seems insurmountable. And then I think because of just the consistency she's shown here and how we saw brilliant moments, Vicky Proom.
Okay, well, Vicky is in action in the first match. If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus gambleaware.org. And I did have a little chat with Vicky, who's never failed to make it through to a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Hear what she thinks going into the final day of action to try and get there again this week. Vicky, final chance to make it through to Saturday. Something you seem to know how to do quite well, a perfect record here. How are you feeling going into today?
Yeah, I feel good. I played all right yesterday, a few missed chances, but that's the way darts go sometimes, but it's all to play for today.
Yeah, in that short format, can sometimes results not be reflective of performances?
Sometimes it might be a little bit deflecting on people say, oh, you lost 3-0, yeah, but 2 of the legs, I missed my doubles, I gave it away a little bit there, but it is what it is.
I mentioned that record of always making it through to finals night every time you've been here. How much confidence does that give you to do it again today?
Yeah, it gives me confidence. I know I can do it, but you need to do it on the day, and you need a little bit of luck sometimes. But yeah, I'm feeling good, so who knows? Did
I get the sense that in a sort of delayed response there, it adds a little bit of pressure as well to keep that record going?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'm probably putting a little too much pressure on myself because I've always done it, made it through. But darts isn't a given, so we'll see.
If you are to make it, what would it mean to go even further and get your hands on the trophy tomorrow night?
It would be nice. It would be very nice, of course. It's something you aim for when you get invited here, is to win it. But we'll see. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah, today to deal with first.
Yeah.
Good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Here we go then. We will see if Vicky can keep that perfect record going. Takes on Natalie Gilbert in her opening match of Friday's double session of darts. 25 matches we're going to bring you today. And at the end of it, we will know who will be joining Kirsi Vinnikainen at finals night on Saturday. Don't forget, if you are in and around the Portsmouth area or want to plan a little weekend trip away, tickets are available via dartshop.tv for that. And also tickets available for an exclusive audience with Phil the Power Taylor tomorrow afternoon. So do head to dartshop.tv. Vicky Proom may be on the stage for a 4th weekly final. And Natalie Gilbert is hoping to get there for the first time. Laura Turner hoping to get there again, but we will save judgment on that until this evening. For now, Laura, it's up to you to judge the players that are on stage this afternoon.
Yeah, and it was a really tight group. It started to just extend ever so slightly towards the tail end of yesterday's play, but for Natalie Gilbert, she really did finish with a flourish. All the action hit with the real referee, Jack Garwood.
First
up on
leg, it's
stage.
Vicky to throw first.
But yeah, for me,
Game on.
Gilbert had a real mixed bag, but she really found something special. She was 2-0 down in this fixture against Vicky Pruitt. Found a massive 1-5-3 finish to seal the deal, but it was our only comeback of the day as well. Hopefully that will give Natalie just that little bit of extra confidence going into today, because you feel for the chasing pack, those ones that are sat there on 2 or 4 points, they're going to need pretty much perfection if they're going to threaten those top 3.
55.
Yeah, hearing from Vicky there, she gave off an air of confidence. It was kind of Sailor V type of attitude, but she was
15.
To me, seemed like a player she kind of expects to be there. She's not going to say that, is she? But to me, that was kind of the aura she was giving off.
Yeah, and it's what she does when she's here. She knows that she's still got it in the palm of her hands to make sure that she does qualify through. It's a really simple equation. If she wins all her games, then she will get through.
100.
You mentioned yesterday when she was here last time, found herself in Group C, and she actually won every single game when she then progressed through to the finals.
$121.
But I do think sometimes if you are the person or people that can find a way of getting through a group when it is as clustered and it is as tight as this, it's just, I don't know, it's very rewarding because you know that you've had to work really hard to secure your place.
93. Vicky require 86.
Another single would leave the ball. Can't find the big number.
29.
Gives Gilbert an outside
Natalie
chance.
require 148. $81. Vicky require 57.
Misses a single number again. It really has had a
17. Natalie
few
requires
problems here,
67.
just leaving herself on a double. And again, it's an opportunity for Natalie Gilbert.
$41. Vicky require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, well,
Vicky
despite those struggles, actually getting down to the double towards the tail end of the leg, it is Vicky Pruitt that pins tops with
Second
one dart
leg,
in
it's
hand.
Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, strong start for the Swede. Of course, this was the final fixture of yesterday, and Gilbert did manage to pick up a win. It was a total turnaround, wasn't it? And a stunning check out to seal it.
60.
Pruitt was 2-0 up in that match. And Gilbert took out a 1-5-6 to seal the deal.
140.
And sometimes it doesn't take a lot for dart players. If they're struggling to find any level of consistency, just that one key moment can really change things around
45.
so much. You can't underestimate how much the sport is. It kind of has that mental capacity to it as well, because you're not up there with a team. You haven't got anyone that you can rely on. There's no backup in this kind of format.
30.
It's just you on the stage, and I've said it so many times, but when things are going wrong, it is the loneliest place in the world. But when it's going right, it feels absolutely fantastic.
85. $39. 36.
Should look to bring in the 25, does so,
57.
but right plan, wrong execution.
140.
Just brushed off the barrel, staying out of the treble, but Gilbert still in with a shout here. Can't afford many more darts like that. Wrong side. Big adjustment, but managed to get it into the treble 20.
68. Vicky require 135.
Well, that leaves the bullseye for a 135.
94. Natalie require
And you
107.
feel that the 107 may have to go, although I'm saying that despite that comeback win from Gilbert last night.
You don't want to keep leaving yourself in those kind of situations, especially against a player like Vicky Prum.
51.
Who will have
Vicky
two darts at
require
double here
41.
to double her lead and put herself in that exact position again. Double 16.
Game shot on
And
the
once
second
again,
leg. Vicky Pruitt.
Prum zooms into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Doubles really have been on point so far for Vicky Prum. She's 2 from 2 on the outer ring. She has missed one at the ball.
45.
Yeah, Gilbert hasn't been allowed a dart at a double yet.
100.
And that for any player would be a point of frustration, especially for Natalie Gilbert, because she did have the opportunity to set up in that very
100.
first leg, missed the big single number.
$81. $81.
For Natalie Gilbert here, she is seeking out the break. As we mentioned before, she did come back
60.
from this position yesterday.
$76.
But what Natalie did so well yesterday from this position, she really found that those big scores, big finishes, everything came
85.
together. She hasn't quite rallied in the same way against Vicky Prum here.
Yeah, I almost don't know, and it's probably completely random anyway, but
159.
whether or not it would be harder to do that at the start of a day when you may be just trying to settle in, or at the end of the day when you might be tiring a little bit. Full credit to Vicky for that superb setup shot there. 2 treble 20s and a treble 13 to tee up
9.
tops for a 3-0 win.
Vicky require 40. Game shot.
No
and the
such
match,
drama.
Vicky Pruitt.
Of the kind she faced yesterday in this fixture. A 2-0 lead this time does get converted into a victory, and a 3-0 victory for Vicky Pruitt in that opening match of the day. Fantastic value for it. The only dart she missed at the doubles was at the bullseye on a 135 attempt, and Vicky Pruitt puts herself firmly back in the picture, going level at the top of the table.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. £1,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, we are underway here in Group C on this 4th Women's Week to be held at the Modus Live Lounge, and Vicky Proom is up and running with a fabulous 3-0 victory over Natalie Gilbert in the opening encounter of the afternoon. Next up, Sophie McKinley, who found herself in 2nd place before a dart was thrown, just been overtaken by Proom actually. He's taken down Angela Kirkwood, who we did say at the start of the day still had an outside chance. Well, it's become even more of an outside chance now. A second player has got to 8 points, Laura, and I think the first match suddenly becomes the last chance for Angela Kirkwood. She can't afford to falter today.
Yeah, well, she was kind of relying on the favour from Natalie Gilbert yesterday. Natalie delivered yesterday by beating Vicky Proom, but unfortunately by coming unstuck today, as you mentioned, now it feels like it's an unsaleable position in terms of making it through to the top.
Yeah, the Sunderland slinger won her opening match yesterday, but then proceeded to lose the following 4. Sophie McKinley had quite the opposite kind of day. She went down to Kirsty Hutchinson and Natalie Gilbert in the first 2 matches, but then won 3 on the spin.
Yeah, she really did turn her fortunes around, didn't she? Because it was looking ominous, and we were actually saying after the first 2 losses, if you find yourself with
First
3 from
leg,
3 and
it's
haven't picked
Sophie
up
to
any
throw
points,
first.
then that becomes very
Game
difficult.
on.
So did well to get herself not just back to winning ways, but back in contention for one of the top 2 spots.
'83.
We mentioned yesterday we felt that the group was really tight, especially at the halfway point yesterday. It was a really tight group. There was no picking out anyone that really looked like they were going to dominate. But now you're getting the feeling that if Sophie McKinley can repeat what she did yesterday by beating Angela Kirkwood, then it quite quickly becomes that 3-horse race for a top spot. Mathematically, it would still be possible for the likes of Paige Pauling. You've got Natalie Gilbert on 4 points, Angela, as we mentioned, on 2. But when you start to see the top 3 and their lead stretching, I think that just becomes a bit too difficult for the rest of the field.
44.
What Kirkwood does now have the opportunity to do, she's here making her debut at Women's Week is just to really kind of enjoy the day, lap it up, make sure that she gets the best out of it and leaves
95.
feeling like she's left everything out there on the oche.
Yeah, she had a philosophical approach to the group when we spoke to her before play got underway
60.
yesterday. If she makes it, she makes it. If she doesn't, she doesn't. But she wants to play well. Show what she can do.
140.
And I think you'll definitely find that as a theme, not just with the women players, with most players, but especially for the women, because these opportunities, to play on these kind of stages, these platforms, it's still quite a new experience. So quite often in the back of your mind, you're trying to prove, why you've been selected to play and why you're there. I think the more that players are able to do this kind of thing, then more confidence will grow from that.
.44. Angela, you require 60.
So 60 here for Kirkwood to break through in the opening leg. 2 10s.
Game shot on the first leg, Angela Kirkwood. Second leg,
start.
it's Angela to throw first. Game on.
Quick out of the gates, it seems, Angela Kirkwood, based on evidence of yesterday and today so far. The next game, there's going to be against Vicky Proom. That will be
45.
a real indication as to what her intentions are if she does go and win this match, because when you're in the bottom position, it's not just about the points you're accumulating as you try to climb the table, it's about the ones that you're stopping everybody else getting as well.
Yeah, and I'm confident that one point of disappointment for Angela would be the fact that she really did struggle on the outer ring. By taking that 60 check out nice and cleanly, that hopefully will stand her in good stead, because she was actually just around the 13% mark yesterday when it came to her doubling stat. She was 6 from 44 attempts.
60.
It's frustrating. It's darts at the end of the day. It's all on the day, but we know that Angela, when we've seen her play at the PDC Women's Series, when she played with the WADC,
60.
she's definitely got more in the tank.
If she were to lose this match, it would be almost impossible for Kirkwood to qualify, because 3 players would have 8 points, Hutchinson, Proom and McKinley, and of course they've all got to play each other, so a guarantee of at least 2 of them getting to 10. And that would be the most that Angela could get to.
60. $140. $100. Sophie, you require 116.
Sophie in a good position here after 12 on 116.
$56. $84. Sophie, you require 60.
Oh, we saw Kirkwood take out the 60 the leg before. Can McKinley respond in kind? Yes, she can.
Second leg, Sophie McKinley.
Yeah, she's a pretty good grouper, isn't she? So throwing that dart quite high next to the double
Third
top, I think,
leg,
helped
it's
her there.
Sophie to throw first. Game on.
A bit of a first start, Merchant.
108.
Yeah, as if on cue. McKinley deadly with the first and follows the next 2 up for the first max of the day.
Yeah, I was about to say that when the first one goes in, you fancy her to fill it up and get a 180, but I've never seen anyone get a 180 when the first one doesn't go in.
Quite, yeah.
But she's very quickly, hasn't she, in 2 visits, turned this game in her advantage there, really. The 60 check out and then the 180 to back it up in the next leg.
Yeah, well, with Sophie McKinley already, she's just 18 years old, but has done really big things in the sport, including
140.
being a runner-up in the latest edition of the WDF Lakeside Women's World Championships, losing to Bo Greaves.
140.
Really got in the zone here, Sophie McKinley. She's averaging just shy of 87. Fantastic standard. Over the last 4 visits, she's
100.
been near perfect.
Sophie, you require 121.
Will she go for this?
81.
No, decided against it. Safe and effective, and she'll return for the top that she took out in the previous leg.
60. Sophie, you require 40.
Making that adjustment over to the
Games on
10s
the
and
third
making
leg.
it well.
Sophie
And
McKinley.
Sophie McKinley is starting off really strongly here on Friday morning.
4th flag. It's Angela to throw first. Game on.
A perfect first start this time from her opponent. Fails to follow in the
100.
same fashion. It's a good response as well, this, isn't it, to Vicky Pruitt, really.
100.
She was the player chasing McKinley down. Right on her shoulder. On the same number of points, slightly inferior leg difference going into today, but McKinley is going to make sure she
26.
answers that early question immediately.
Well, quite often in Group C, leg difference does come into play. Vicky Pruitt did very well to improve that column
85.
by winning the opener 3-0, but McKinley here with an opportunity to win 3 legs to 1.
121. $100. $100.
Once again, though, good response here from Angela Kirkwood.
$140. Angela, you require 154.
And this would be massive, and you feel possibly a shot that needed to go because Sophie McKinley sat on 76.
60.
She has been deadly
Sophie, you require
on her doubles.
76.
And she's looking at tops again.
Game shot.
Pins
and
it
the
again.
match. Sophie
And that's a brilliant
McKinley.
performance from Sophie McKinley. A 3-1 win against Angela Kirkwood, who's pretty much out of contention after losing her opening match. But all the credit goes to Sophie McKinley, who's produced an average there of 88.78. 3 out of 4 on the doubles as well. Fantastic success percentage there. High checkout of 76 and a 180 for good measure. Great start for her. Paige Pauling takes on the league leader Kirsty Hutchinson next.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Oki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've seen two players move on to 8 points in Sophie McKinley and Vicky Pruitt and join Kirsty Hutchinson, who already had 8 after winning 4 of her 5 fixtures yesterday. Her first task today is to try and get the better of the 17-year-old talent Paige Pauling, who herself is looking to put herself in the race for qualification. Kirsty had a fabulous day yesterday and put herself at the top of the pile, but finds herself immediately looking over her shoulder before she's even thrown a dart today. And if Paige Pauling wins this match, then we'll have just 2 points separating 4 players in this group. I think an early win for Kirsty would really settle her down, and if that is to be the scenario, then maybe the bookies' suggestion of it really being a 3-horse race might come to pass. But if Paige Pauling can win here, she's certainly in the mix.
Yeah, Paige Pauling showed signs of exactly what she can do up on the stage. Just the wrong end of a couple of defeats for her. As you say, picked up the 2 wins. But as for Kirsty, just the 1 loss. And in this fixture yesterday,
85.
she got the better of Paige Pauling by 3 legs to 0.
Yeah, really insightful interview she gave as well, particularly about the dartitis, where she spoke about how most players suffer to release their first start. With her, it comes on the 3rd, which is why she holds the 4th. So there's a feeling of another dart to throw, trying to eradicate that problem.
Yeah, and although she was commenting that, you know, she understands it might look unusual, I mean, she's using it effectively. There are players that have we've seen even here at the Super Series that are clearly struggling with the release of the darts, and if you can find a technique and a way to allow yourself that freedom to throw once again, then I would definitely recommend it.
Paige require
Actually, watching often the last start is the best start as well for Kirsty Hutchinson. First start was the best for Paige Pauling there, and she does put herself in a good position to win the first leg.
Paige require 56.
Well, that's got the release all wrong there and hasn't been able to adjust. Yes, she does have a bit of time, but I will say that was one element that creeped into Paige Pauling's game yesterday, that when it came to the finishing and that final setup, that became a bit tricky at times.
It was kind of fortunate, wasn't it? She didn't bust there and had to go back to the start. Instead, she gets 3 clear at a target, double 10.
No score.
Finds
Kirsty require 109.
And Hutchinson has an opportunity of her own here. 49 remaining. Choices to be made. Chooses 17 for double 16.
91. Paige required 20.
Narrowly missing the opportunity there to punish Paige Pauling, but will she get more chances?
15.
The answer is yes.
Kirsty require 18.
Yeah, this was Pauling's leg, wasn't it? And she's squandered chance after chance. 8 darts missed at double.
No score.
Kirsty, despite hitting 2 doubles
Paige
in this
require
leg,
5.
can't win it herself. Both of them have been the wrong ones.
One. Kirsty require 18.
That's now 10 missed at the double for Paige Pauling in this opening leg.
Over adjustment though from Hutchinson, and Pauling gets another reprieve.
10.
Not the opening
Paige
leg that
require
either player
4.
would have wanted to kickstart their day.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Paige
great
Pauling.
guide with that first start, used to perfection in the end by Paige Pauling.
Second leg.
What kind of
it's
happens
Kirsty
in this
to throw
situation
first.
is that you end up,
Game up.
even though Pauling's won the leg, you end up with both players now both being frustrated on the stage, and there's just maybe an air of negativity and tension
95.
that comes from that. And the trick, I suppose, is to try and forget it and treat the next one as a new one.
97.
Yeah, if you're the player that, such as Paige Pauling, is that you've gone off on throw. Yes, you've missed a lot of darts at the outer ring, but the key thing is you did get the leg in the end. Paige will feel
83.
probably slightly better than Kirsty at the moment, because Kirsty had a real chance to pinch. She was unlucky on the 109 and then
98.
just missed the other chances at a double. In terms of their head-to-heads this week, both players, they did participate in Group 8.
42.
2 apiece. They have both played they played each other four times. 2 all in terms of their wins against each other.
$41. $140.
Pauling's made a good assault of the
60.
Hutchinson throw
Paige
here, and
require
if she does go on and win this
124.
match, and things are going to get very interesting in the table. 64 remaining, no need to go 14 bolt.
$108.
Paige Pauling there just making sure she didn't bust by finding the treble.
85. Paige requires 16.
So for 2-0. It took her 12
No
darts
score.
to find the double last time. She was nowhere
Kirsty
near it really
require
this time.
109.
No, and you could see from her reaction, she's almost left scratching her head, and it's the 109 attempt again here for Kirsty Hutchinson. It's the same route. Last time she found double 7. This time
Yeah,
she
trying the
finds double
second leg.
16.
Kirsty Hutchinson.
109 for Kirsty Hutchinson.
Bizarre symmetry, wasn't it? It's like alternate endings,
Third leg,
wasn't it?
it's
That
Paige to throw first.
Pauling missed opportunities. Hutchinson did the same, but this time
57.
she took the one chance she got, and it's all square.
Now, I'm sure in the back room, Sophie McKinley and Vicky Pruitt will be watching on to see the outcome. It is Vicky Pruitt in action in the next match
44.
against Angela Kirkwood.
$42.
Yeah, both Vicky and Kirsty will play again before Sophie does. That's actually against Paige Pauling.
60.
Just looking at the fixtures later in the day, the penultimate match.
41.
Kirsty Hutchinson against Sophie McKinley. Could that be a pivotal encounter?
$100.
It might well be. Plenty of darting action to come for the rest of the
43.
afternoon.
$45. 80. 60. 98.
And again, it's Paige first down to a finish. Kirsty with a real opportunity here to leave us up
60.
something really
Paige
handy. And you can
require
see the disappointment by
140.
not being able to find the treble there.
100. Kirsty, you require 132.
Bullseye will be the first target. She'll hope it will be the last target. Treble 19 to get there. And it is the bull for a blockbuster here for Hutchinson.
85.
The
Paige,
first start was a
require
bit of a
40.
blocker and tried to lift it over the top, but not the outcome she desired. And Pauling, once again, just chasing round a
Paige
double,
on the
but does
third
pin
leg. Paige Pauling.
double 10 to go within one of the match.
And she has had real trouble in that department, but
Full
still
flag.
leads
It's
the
Kirsty
game.
to throw first. Game on.
Just outscored Kirsty Hutchinson for most of the match. 8 three-figure visits compared to
100.
4 from, now 5 from Kirsty Hutchinson, one of which was a ton plus
59.
checkout.
I wonder if there's just that little bit of additional pressure when you come in,
60.
you're top of the pile, but there are only 2 spots to qualify through. You know that if you can pick up a couple of wins, then you're looking quite comfortable. But
41.
just don't think you can't think like that. You just have to go out. You have to try and win absolutely everything.
Yeah, it can be very easy to slip into defence mode, can't it, in that position? And there is really no defence in darts. Attack is the best form of it.
140.
Yeah, and this is a better leg for Kirsty Hutchinson.
77.
This is what she was doing so well yesterday when she was finding that first start. She was able to follow it up.
139. 60. Kirsty requires 62.
Well, that's okay. 56 remaining. And therefore tops.
42.
By way of that power scoring, Hutchinson built up a bit of a lead, but we saw that lead
Kirsty required 20.
in reverse with Paige Pauling get chipped away at.
Game shot on the
Kirsty
fourth
not going to
flag.
let that
Kirsty
happen.
Hutchinson.
Well, big match, big leg. A reminder of the
Fifth and final
scenario
leg.
in terms
It's
of the league
Paige to throw
table. Kirsty
first.
Hutchinson sits
Game
top
on.
of it on 8 points. If she wins the game, she goes to 10 and puts 6 between her and Paige
60.
Pauling. If Pauling can win this leg, she will be just 2 points behind Hutchinson, McKinley and Prim, and it looks very much like she is then part of that race to qualify.
60. 60.
Yeah, by way of stats yesterday, only Vicky Pruitt had a slightly higher average than Kirsty Hutchinson, but her doubling percentage. That's where she was winning games. She was 14 out of 35, 40% on her doubles yesterday.
77.
Any kind of thoughts of nerves and edginess that we saw from both these players in the opening leg, they just seem to have disappeared as the encounter has gone on.
Yeah, just in the zone, in the heat of battle. Stay straight till the finish.
100.
Does that.
$60. Kirsty
We're
required
going from
141.
very similar outshots here.
$60. Paige require 144.
Hutchinson now down to a potential 2 dart, but it's a 144 for Pauling, and it's not going to go.
44. Kirsty
Well, the
require
next
81.
few seconds could set the tone for the day and the direction of the day for both these players. 78. Treble 18. Fantastic dart to leave double 12.
57.
So close.
Paige
Yeah,
require
we'll feel so
100.
far.
Yeah, it really was just a width of the wire away, and this is where you say to yourself, stay straight.
80.
Went tops, couldn't
Kirsty
find it, so
required
chances again
24.
for Hutchinson.
Top of the table yesterday, won 4 out of 5. Double 6 to make it 5 out of 6.
Game shot and the match.
And Hutchinson
Kirsty Hutchinson
is off to a winning start. Paige Pauling put up a great fight, but just struggled on the outer ring. 2 out of 17 in that game. Hutchinson relieved to get the points in that one. The 109 checkout really got her into the match, and she's gone on to win it and cement her place at the top of the table, and making things very difficult for Paige Pauling to go through herself. Stay with us, plenty more to come.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have completed our first 3 games, and Kirsty Hutchinson narrowly got over the line in the last match against Paige Pauling to solidify her place at the top of the table. She now moves on to 10 points. Vicky Pruitt, by way of winning her opener over Natalie Gilbert, that saw her move on to 8 points, and a win here again would see that tally rise. She's facing Angela Kirkwood.
First leg, it's Angela to throw first.
Started off strong against Sophie McKinley, but Sophie McKinley put in the performance of the group so far to win 3-1. I think Vicky Pruitt now will know that to stay in touch with Kirsty Hutchinson, you feel she just needs to go completely through the card, try and pick up and win every single game today, and she knows she'll be secure and through to Saturday.
Absolutely. Hutchinson's
41.
last 2 games actually are against Pruitt and McKinley, so I think Kirsty needs to make sure she stays in that position herself. She's done that with a really hard-fought victory before the break there. As mentioned, Kirkwood's
60.
defeat to the brilliant Sophie McKinley has put her in a perilous position, and in fact, if she does lose this game, then her elimination in terms of making it through to finals night will be
76.
confirmed.
$83. 85.
Also, in terms of performance yesterday, okay, Angela Kirkwood just picking up the 1 win, but average throughout the day just over 75, and considering that
81.
she missed so many at the outer ring, she was only 6 from 44, and that was the frustration. You can see she's got the scoring power there. If she can combine that with finding that winning double, then she can still cause a lot of trouble today. As you say, not mathematically impossible for her to go out, but it's looking very difficult.
99. $43. Angela, you require 78.
Tops for the opening leg for Kirkwood.
58.
A good attempt, and Pruitt not really at the races in this opening leg, which is kind of unexpected, the way she played in her opening game.
Angela, you require 20. No score.
I'd suggest there she went for the single 1, but actually potentially that outcome would be better. Back on double 10.
78. Angela, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg.
First
Angela
leg
Kirkwood.
in the ledger for Angela Kirkwood.
Second leg, it's Vicky to throw first.
In
Game
their
on.
meeting yesterday, Vicky Pruitt, she produced her best performance so far of the week. She won 3-1, but she had an 86 average, including a wonderful 106 checkout.
$140. 55. $60.
Following this, Hutchinson will return to take on Natalie Gilbert before McKinley meets Pauling. Game 6, and if
45.
Kirkwood can do them both a favour, that would be very welcome.
$85. $108.
Much better there for Vicky Pruitt. First maximum of the match.
Yeah, a bit of a comical reaction to it as well. Just kind of got reminded by her darts that they could go where she wanted them to.
45. Angela, you require 116.
Single 16 for tops for a 116.
Game shot on a second
Really
leg.
well
Angela
taken once
Kirkwood.
again by Angela Kirkwood.
Third leg, it's Angela to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, throwing for a 3-0 win. Not many would have seen this coming.
Yeah, Angela Kirkwood on for her best performance,
60.
completely outplaying Vicky Pruham as it stands. Despite the 180, Vicky Pruham just hasn't really found that scoring power that we know she has.
60.
Yeah, hasn't had a double in the game.
Yeah, and looking at those stats as well, that 180 is the only score over 90 that she's found so far in the match.
Remarkable stat. No trebles or every dart in the treble.
41.
And you can see it's becoming an increasing source of frustration for Vicky Pruham, and understandably so. She did well to
108.
look at that problem she had with leg difference by beating Gilbert 3-0, but all that hard work could be undone here. Angela Kirkwood now with her maximum, racing
60.
towards the finishing line.
Angela, you require 161. 57.
Looks like she doesn't need to race towards the finish line. Looks like she can amble there.
100. Angela, you require 104.
No pressure applied by Pruham, and it's at least 6 starts from 104 here.
$38.
And again, Pruham finds herself way back, and all she can do is try and apply some pressure. Needs a treble if she's going to do so.
55. Angela,
Not a treble, but not the one she was
66.
after.
So to complete the route,
Game shot.
it is completed. A 3-0 win for Angela Kirkwood against Vicky Pruham in a turn up for the books, really. Kirkwood at the foot of the table, as good as out of the race, and Vicky Pruham had started the day superbly, just could not get anything going in that match. Well, apart from in one visit, just look down that right-hand column. Nothing anywhere but 180. No darts at double. Kirkwood had 6, hit 3 of them, and she picks up the points. Coming next, Hutchinson against Gilbert.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, on Fridays at the Modus Super Series, things can change very quickly, and that's kind of happened for Kirsty Hutchinson over the last half an hour or so. It looked like Paige Pauling might be on course to beat her, but she came back and won that game, and then unexpected 3-0 win for Angela Kirkwood over Vicky Pruitt means that Kirsty Hutchinson now is in a position where she can put 4 points between her and the chasing pack, and pretty much put herself within touching distance of a finals night berth if she's to win this match against Natalie Gilbert.
Yeah, Kirsty, as you
First
say,
flag,
with
it's
a real
Natalie to throw
opportunity now
first.
to really take
Game
a
on.
hold of the group.
You can do what you can do, but as Vicky Pruitt found out, you can't account for what your opponent's going to do.
95.
No, and you have to say, whilst Vicky Pruitt in that last performance, she did underperform compared to what we've seen from her do
55.
all this group campaign. But Angela Kirkwood really stepped it up, just under an 82 average, 3 from 6 on the outer ring.
26.
Yeah. As for the meetings between these two this week, Hutchinson has just got the edge in terms of results. She's won 3 out of the 4 encounters. They're really good
100.
friends off the oche as well. They travel around together. They sit together at the various tournaments. But all of that is left at the edge of the stage.
108.
And a 180 from Gilbert. Still has her own hopes here, particularly after that defeat for Pruitt.
30.
She is 2 points, or would be 2 points behind her and second place Sophie McKinley if she were to win this game.
140.
The one thing we have learned so far, especially in Group C, is that Kirsty Hutchinson, though, she really will battle.
60.
Great start to the game. Both players hitting a maximum in the opening leg. 60 the target. So now double 10 for Natalie Gilbert.
40. Kirsty require 136.
Hutchinson's 180 gave her this chance.
There's a couple of darts there at a double for Natalie
Natalie
Gilbert. First she's had today
required
because she was denied an opportunity at the outer ring in her opening match.
$10. Kirsty requires
You
76.
could hear it clip the wire, but just the wrong side. So again, chances here for Kirsty Hutchinson. One dart left in hand. Double 8 the target.
No score. Natalie
That
required
sends her
10.
back to the start. Even if Gilbert doesn't clean up here, Hutchinson's going to have her work cut out. That looks like a decent guide. If she can just aim at that dart. Sure, it's what she did, but a narrow miss.
Kirsty requires 76.
And this is where busting will cause a problem. One dart at tops.
36. Natalie require 4.
Yeah, really should have been back with 3 darts at double. Only had 1.
It could prove costly in the end, although that is awkward. And you can see Natalie shaking her head, having to try and find a new angle.
2.
And it was a great attempt,
Kirsty
but
require
again,
40.
the outcome, Natalie Gilbert not able to find a winning double, and Hutchinson's has been really quite accurate when it comes to a doubling success.
20. Natalie required 2.
15 darts missed between them in this first leg.
No score. Kirsty required 20.
Everybody's been there.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone that's played darts will know this kind of feeling. You get
15.
to a point where you're willing
Natalie
it in.
required 2.
I've been at a point where I'm hoping my opponent gets it just so that I can get off the oche, because it can be
Games on
really
the
tough.
first leg, Natalie Gilbert.
Natalie Gilbert does find double 1 in the end. Yeah, the match at the O2
Second
at the
leg,
World
it's Kirsty to
Championships
throw
between
first.
myself and
Game
Corinne Hammond, both of us stuck on double 1. It was uncomfortable, to say the least.
60.
And you get into that situation that the longer it goes on, then the harder you try, and kind of forget that you just need to relax and calm down. It will come. It's, you know, you've done it 100 times before.
40.
Yeah, in a less serious tournament, players have been there. Just come on, just go nearest bull at this point.
41.
We had an event here actually. A company had a sort of darts tournament day held at the Live Lounge,
93.
and their final went that way. There was a cap on number of darts. Both have missed bucket loads at doubles, and they went nearest bull, and ironically, one of them hit the bull.
60.
You just can't make it up, can you? Well, at least it was finishing still on a double. Might not have been the desired one. Yeah, between these two, what started as a really
38.
promising, high-quality encounter. The scoring was great, 180s apiece in the first leg. Just seemed to be struggling slightly at the minute.
60. $90.
Yeah, this could be the round of change, couldn't it? This Prim going down to Kirkwood.
60.
Gilbert one up here against Hutchinson, and then McKinley playing Pauling. If Pauling and Gilbert were to win these games, then well, at least those two players are back in the race. And
24.
of course, Angela Kirkwood herself is not yet eliminated.
Yeah, from a table that looked like it could be quite established with a firm 3
35.
in the running. Now again, it just looks like it could become open.
$40.
That dart clattering into one already in the board just took the speed out of it, and by ways of it falling out the board also means Natalie didn't make it down to a
85.
finish.
Who's behind that board with the hammer?
80. Kirsty, you require 100.
Yeah, really explosive bounce up, but again, one that could prove costly. In the last 2 throws, she's only been able to use 4 out of the 6 darts.
80. Natalie require
Avoiding
96.
the bus there. The double doesn't do any harm, just puts her on a different one. But it may not matter anyway. Double 18 here for Gilbert. Now double 9. Not to be
78.
close, but not close enough.
Kirsty, you require 20.
Big dart, you feel.
15.
And
Natalie,
not
you
found. Gilbert will
require
come back
18.
with a chance to double her advantage.
Oh, Gilbert also coming inside. Finds the single one, so double 4 for a 2-0
No
lead.
score.
Pulls it low.
Kirsty, you require 5.
Has to take great care with the big number here. Has to get that single one. Almost in the treble. But double 2 is the target.
3.
And she goes either side of it.
Natalie, you require 18.
Will this be a case of third time lucky here for Natalie Gilbert? Once again, back over to double 9. And again, worst possible outcome coming on the
No
inside.
score. Kirsty, you require 2. No score. Natalie, you require 18.
Repeat of the opening leg really now. 19 darts missed at double by Gilbert in this game. 14 by Hutchinson. Deciding to split this time. Leave a more favourable double. Although it's just become less favourable as she's blocked it somewhat.
10.
Good attempt, but not found.
Kirsty, you require 2. Game shot in the second leg. Kirsty Hutchinson
does find the double in the end. Both legs so far finished on double 1.
Third leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 35 darts missed at doubles between them across 2 legs.
41.
The scoring has almost become irrelevant in this match.
The scoring hasn't really been the problem, has it? It's just when they've got down, the doubles seem to have deserted
100.
them.
And
as we've mentioned before, this is a game that could really start to see the table either be dominated by Kirsty
41.
Hutchinson, or it gives Natalie Gilbert the opportunity to close that gap between herself and the 3 at the top of the pile.
85. $100. $40. $100.
Hutchinson first down to a finish after 12.
$99. Kirsty require 160. $100. Natalie require 136.
Just clipped the wire, needed the 2 trebles, but we'll set up nicely here.
96. Kirsty require 60.
Single 19, and it can't be found. And yet, Kirsty saying, wow.
12.
Gilbert once again with a
Natalie
chance here to
require
punish.
40.
Frustration on the face of Hutchinson. Again, a good guide for Gilbert. Hasn't been making the most of these good markers.
No score.
Unfortunate on that
Kirsty
occasion.
require 48.
Yeah, as you say, 3 really well thrown darts, but not the outcome she was after. Well, Kirsty Hutchinson now is after double 16, goes to the wrong side of that first dart.
32.
Same old
Natalie
story, isn't
require
it?
40.
Missed doubles, missed doubles, missed doubles.
$35. Kirsty
And
requires
every chapter's
16.
got the same ending at the moment.
Oh, you can see the frustration etched on both players' faces.
Double 4 now.
12. Natalie require 5.
Oh,
No
wrong
score.
one.
Kirsty require 4.
She really has been desperately unlucky. They've not been thrown poorly. It's just those
Yeah, it's
fine
on the third
margins,
leg.
but it is
Kirsty
Hutchinson
Hutchinson.
that goes 2-1 in the lead.
I was just looking at some unwanted records. The most darts missed at a
Fourth
double
leg,
by
it's Kirsty to throw
a
first.
single player in a
Game
match
on.
is 31 by Lloyd Walker. Well, Natalie Gilbert's already missed 28 in this game. And they've missed a combined total of 47. The record for combined missed
60.
darts at double is 54. Don't think either player want to be attached to that record, but it's very plausible at this point.
Yeah, of all the records you want here at the Modus Super Series, that is not one of them.
$140. $60. $43. $140.
A good response there for Kirsty Hutchinson to treble visit.
41.
And you sometimes see that with Natalie Gilbert, just loses that little bit of form in terms of her throw.
$41.
Again, I mean, look, it's not been a game that either player will remember fondly, but similar to the first match, Hutchinson might be battling to victory.
85.
When you are sometimes on the cusp of qualification, getting over that line, we say it even just in individual matches, but actually getting over the line
40.
and putting yourself in that position, it can be the hardest one.
$58. Kirsty require 160.
Well, Gilbert back for a 1-3-4. We did
32.
see her take out
Natalie
a
require
magnificent
134.
finish against Vicky Pruham to see off the action yesterday afternoon.
Another dart in double top would add this to the
Game
roll of
shot
honour,
at
and that is the
fourth
ultimate
leg,
irony,
Natalie
isn't it?
Gilbert.
She could not hit a double for love nor
Fifth
money
and
in
final
this
leg,
game.
it's
Missed
Natalie to throw
28
first.
darts
Game on.
at doubles in the match, and then suddenly, from nowhere, hits 2 to take out a stunning 1-3-4 checkout.
And if you want to sum up how frustrating darts can be with for players,
140.
that is the perfect case in point. You can't find your doubles, and all of a sudden, a massive checkout comes from absolutely nowhere.
140.
And the confidence to go for double-double after missing so many as well. Unwanted records may be safe.
43. $60.
Now, in this deciding leg, very little
62.
to split the pair. A slip with the last there for Gilbert. Very similar parallels to Kirsty Hutchinson's opening match against Paige Pauling. That was another one that went the distance.
$100.
Great timing here. Talk about
139. Natalie, you require 156.
digging yourself out of holes.
Well, Gilbert not able to add the 156 to a finishing tally.
Kirsty, you require
Hutchinson,
62.
you feel should get at least one dart at a double from this position.
It will be worn out tops.
42.
Will she
Natalie, you
remain
require 75.
on top? McKinley coming next, looking to remove her from that position, but will only be able to do so if Natalie Gilbert wins this match, and that is a huge miss. Missed by 2 segments there.
35. Kirsty, you require 20.
So to take the points tally to 12 and to leave herself in a very commanding position in Group C. Double 10 for Kirsty Hutchinson, who's had to fight here. But it's a fight. She has won.
Kirsty Hutchinson.
Kirsty Hutchinson with a 3-2 success over Natalie Gilbert. Moves on to 12 points, 4 clear. And she is in a very strong position to qualify. Coming next, Sophie McKinley in second place takes on Paige Pauling.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
It's Phil, the power.
Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them out, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Yeah, tickets to see the power, Phil Taylor, available at dartshop.tv. That event tomorrow. Tickets still available if you want to be here up close and personal with the greatest of all time. And Phil Taylor will be there as well, alongside me, Chris Murphy. Back to today, though. And it's, well, a great group, isn't it? Things just keep twisting and turning, but the one thing that does seem to remain consistent is that Kirsty Hutchinson keeps on winning. Different ways, but by hook or by crook, she's manoeuvred herself into an almost unassailable lead at the top of the table. She's on 12 points now, 4 clear of Sophie McKinley, who's taken on Paige Pauling here, and 4 clear of Vicky Prume. And of course, this is a game in hand for McKinley, so she's still got a little bit more room to manoeuvre. But defeat here for McKinley and a win for Paige Pauling, you'd have to say Kirsty Hutchinson
First
looked
leg,
pretty
it's
safe.
Sophie to throw first.
But it would mean there'd be a real race for second place.
Yeah, it could be quite interesting. And this match could, as you mentioned, play a real big part in how the table is starting to look.
60.
As a Paige Pauling so far this
50,
afternoon,
yeah.
she was unfortunate in her match against Kirsty Hutchinson. Lost 3 legs to 2. Had chances, but couldn't get across the line in the end.
140.
But you have to say, in complete contrast, Sophie McKinley, she started off her campaign today with a
96.
just under an 89 average. Looked really in control against Angela Kirkwood.
$140.
Yeah, back-to-back 140s, looking to do something similar here.
59. Sophie require 161.
And these two have both been
137.
competitors on the youth circuit. Played each other numerous times.
39. Sophie
In the meeting yesterday, it was
24.
McKinley that won 3 legs to 2.
And don't forget, she's on course for a 5th straight victory here. She's really found her form. She started today superbly. And that dart, she can just forget about.
16.
Pauling so far back. If McKinley carries on playing like this, I'd have no concerns at all about her qualifying.
85.
And
Sophie
you'd have to say that Vicky
require
Prume would be
8.
up against it to to maintain her perfect pursuit of finals night places.
Game shot on the first leg. Sophie
Yeah, the race
McKinley.
is seriously hotting up now.
Yeah, McKinley is
Second
playing
leg,
to
it's Paige to throw first. Game on.
as high a standard we've seen from anybody all week, actually, at the moment.
96.
Especially when you consider the fact that she lost her opening 2 matches yesterday. It was a narrow loss to Kirsty Hutchinson. And again, a narrow loss to Natalie
55.
Gilbert. But from that point, as you say, remains unbeaten.
31. $60. 59.
Paige Pauling, she really doesn't hang around, does she? When she gets to that oki, releases all 3 in really quick succession, whereas Sophie McKinley just got that slightly more methodical pace.
43. 58. 100. 59.
Following this match, it will be a return for Kirsty Hutchinson against Angela Kirkwood and an opportunity
97.
to put herself pretty much out of sight, actually. She'd be, with a win,
56.
6 points clear of
Sophie
Vicky
required
Pruitt
146.
in 3rd place, and with only 6 points for her to play for.
I will say, though, if the version of Angela Kirkwood turns
46.
up that we saw in her
Paige
previous
required
match, that Kirsty
142.
Hutchinson could be up against it.
40. Sophie, you require 100.
Tried to lift it over that first start
42.
to force a treble
Paige, you
20.
require 102.
A chance now for Paige Pauling just to level things up.
$55. Sophie, you require 58.
So 58, is she going to get it, Laura? Yes or no?
Well, first needs to make sure of that single number. Single found, so double.
38.
Yeah, you should have said no.
Paige, you require 47.
She even gave you a clue with that first start. 28 remaining here. Double 14 for Pauling. I'm saying yes. Oh.
33. Sophie, you require
No Mystic
20.
Murph today.
No, just a miss by Paige. And a
No
wild
score.
one from McKinley. Shame
Paige,
you
you
weren't in the same
require
group, actually.
14.
We could have had Paige Turner, couldn't we?
Yeah, we discussed that when having kids. It was just one of the names that had to be scratched
score.
off the list straight away.
Sophie,
On
you
to the next
require
page.
20.
Tina, was that an option?
Wow. Last night, I'm
16.
not sure if there was discussions of
Paige, you
Trina
require
Turner.
14.
Trina in the group.
But you turned out to be the best, Laura.
$10.
Well, it's catching,
Sophie,
isn't it?
you
This
require 4.
virus around the outer ring.
No score.
And everybody's
Paige, you
infected.
require 4. $2.
It was efficient
Sophie
from
require
Sophie McKinley
4.
in the first, but now both players struggling to find the target. Both players potentially on double one.
2. Paige require 2. Game shot
There
on the
we
second
go.
leg. Paige Paul.
And a ironic celebration from Paige Pauling.
Third leg, it's Sophie to throw first. Game on.
I'd like to see the data on missed doubles on Fridays generally compared to Thursdays, because you do get the sense that
60.
the demeanour can completely change. You can have a player who's been here all week who suddenly on Friday is just a completely different
58.
person, because that's the last day of business, isn't it? The last chance to get through.
Yeah, you can play with a certain air of freedom, can't you, in the earlier stages, knowing that you will be coming back. If you're in Group A,
60.
you know you've got chances in either Group B or C. And if you're just joining, you know you've got a second day's play in Group C and B. You don't have a second day
83.
now. There are only 2 spots to go through. Everyone's battling for it.
$41.
I mentioned Trina Gulliver obviously back in action tonight. It's 15 years to the day that she picked up the 2010
$140.
England Open. Probably one of many England Open titles Trina would have picked up over the years.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. Astonishing the amount of trophies that she must have.
85.
I was going to say on the mantelpiece, but
How big's this mantelpiece?
exactly.
Yeah, I reckon Trina could probably dedicate a whole room in a
60.
house and it still wouldn't
Paige
be big
require
enough.
135.
Oh, if the treble 20 had been found, then that looked like a good guide.
45.
And again, McKinley started this match well, but Pauling is turning it around.
$140. Paige
Yeah,
require
that visit
90.
there gets McKinley right back in it. But Paige now needs the ball.
65. Sophie
Scared it, but
require
not quite
95.
there.
Double top. The
55.
target she's been quite proficient
Paige
on
require
that
25.
occasion, could not complete it, but of late, doubles is a total lottery, isn't it?
Yeah, 12 left.
13.
And just clips the wrong
Sophie
side of the wire.
require 40. Game shot on the third
And this
leg.
time,
Sophie
McKinley does pin double top to wrestle back the advantage.
Fourth leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on. $42.
We often say dance is about timing, and there was a crucial 140 in that leg for Sophie McKinley that kept her in contention. And then just that better efficiency when it comes to the finishing.
60. $58.
Sophie there just knocked off her rhythm slightly, but
140.
had the good foresight to stop, reset, and the outcome is another 140, her 5th of the match.
45. $140.
Closing in.
Yeah, this is much better from McKinley,
59.
down to 161
Sophie
after
require
just 9 darts.
161. $65.
Chips off the 5, 96 remaining. Maybe a little twist here as Page
140.
piles on
so
some
fee
pressure.
required 96.
Treble 19 would have left double 19. An outside chance after the 140 for Page
40.
falling.
Page require 157. Nine. Sophie require 56.
Well, this would take McKinley to 10 points.
36.
And if she does go on and win the game, I think it is safe to say we do have really three players in contention: Hutchinson, McKinley, and Pruitt. And Hutchinson is as good as there anyway, so it's pretty much looking like a straight race
Sophie
between
require 20.
McKinley and Vicky, and that will be the pair's next game.
Game shot and the match.
And we do
Sophie
see
McKinley.
the tally taken to 10. Great win for Sophie McKinley. Missed doubles again, plaguing both players in that match, but the Scottish woman will not care. She wins 3-1. Up next, Kirsty Hutchinson takes on Angela Kirkwood.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed the first 6 games. There you can see the results, but Vicky Pruitt opened up proceedings, that 3-0 win, but then went 3-0 down to Angela Kirkwood. Sophie McKinley won 3-1 in the last outing, which puts her firmly in second place on 10 points. And then with regards to Kirsty Hutchinson, won both hers, and you can see there she is still top of the table. She is 2 points clear of second place Sophie McKinley. Vicky Pruitt now finds herself a couple of points off of a qualification spot, with Paige Pauling, Natalie Gilbert and Angela Kirkwood all on 4 points. Well, it is Kirsty Hutchinson up again here against Angela Kirkwood. And despite the fact that Angela Kirkwood has just got the 2 wins to her name, her last outing on the Super Series stage was definitely one that opened up the eyes of a lot of the other players, I'm sure, because she averaged 81.98. As mentioned, she got a 3-0 victory over Vicky Pruitt, who is chasing down a spot to qualify. She was 3 from 6 on the outer ring. She was really, really proficient. Everything seemed to come together in the last match for Angela Kirkwood. And as for Kirsty Hutchinson, yes, she's picked up the 2 wins. They have been hard-fought wins that she's picked up this morning. 3-2 win over Natalie Gilbert in a match where there were a lot of darts missed when it came to the doubling. And then it was a 3-2 win as well over Paige Pauling. But it's all about the wins. That's what's all important. But you feel here, with regards to how both they've performed today, Kirsty Hutchinson just is going to need that scoring power and a little bit more consistency when it comes to seeing off legs.
100.
Yeah, she may have done the lion's share of the work.
$60.
And maybe just another win, or I was going to say or 2, but probably 1 would be enough.
83.
At this point. Problem is that the remaining 2 games are the players that are chasing her, so she will be really signalling this one as key.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the one that, as you mentioned, she'll most definitely have her eye on getting over the line. She did beat Angela Kirk with 3 legs to 1, just around a 78.5 average, but we haven't seen that level of consistency that we saw yesterday from Kirsty Hutchinson. As mentioned, the wins that she's picked up, they were hard fought, they were real battles, and she had to survive match darts.
100. $78. $100.
Hutchinson here, just looking to set up.
60.
Has to settle for just a 60, which does leave her on a finish. But Angela Kirkwood, a real chance to reduce the deficit here in terms of the scores.
60. Kirsty require 144. $44. Angela, you require 121.
Takes off the 44, leaves herself on 100, but will she get a chance to come back? Treble 17 for Kirkwood was the target. Not going to go.
97. Kirsty, you require 100.
Can she use that?
80.
She
Angela, you require 24.
Kirkwood with another chance to break.
Game shot on the first leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Break she does. But will she break the heart here of Kirsty Hutchinson?
Second leg. It's Angela to throw first. Game on.
Kirsty led coming into proceedings today. She's leading the table. She does have a 2-point buffer over Sophie McKinley, 4 points over third place at Vicky Pruitt.
60. $81. 140. 100.
I will say though, although Kirsty's games have gone the distance, what she has got, she's shown that real fighting spirit. She's managed to find some big power plays, some big scores when she's really needed them.
Yeah, reminiscent of that run she had to the Lakeside final, actually. A lot of her game, and she said this in many of her interviews at the time, is built
66.
on that tenacity, never say die attitude. She knows that she's not the #1 player in women's darts, but she can give anyone a game.
60.
You kind of draw those parallels to like a Nathan Aspinall, you know, the ones that we describe as a gritty player, really digs their heels in, finds big scores like that at the right time.
Yeah, from memory, I think everyone in that tournament, the way that the players were playing, were almost penciling in a Rhiannon O'Sullivan Bogue final, and Kirsty put paid to that in the semis.
Kirsty require
A fantastic win over the Welsh woman.
Well, did all the hard work, found the 140 to make sure she was on a finish.
26. Angela, you require
just the 26
100.
points to back it up, and you can see the disappointment.
$60. Kirsty, you require 88.
Made sure of the single number. Bullseye now, the target not
63.
far off.
Angela, you require 40. Game shot in the second leg. Angela Kirkwood.
So 2-0 to Kirkwood, who's on a real run herself here, isn't she? She's won 5
Third leg, it's Kirsty to throw
successive
first.
legs, having beaten
Game on.
Vicky Prohm 3-0, turning into a real spoiler in Group C.
100.
For players that are here on debut as well, sometimes you just need that first day, kind of work out what it's all
60.
about. Get used to the stage, get used to the lights, the surroundings. Yes, Angela Kirkwood has played here before in the WADC, but that was knockout darts, not round robin darts. It's completely different, and it's a format that not a lot of players are used to playing in.
100. $125.
Full credit for continuing to fight. It would be easy to fold.
100. $45.
Despite that slight score advantage Hutchinson has, it's being clawed back by Angela Kirkwood once again.
I always get the feeling that Kirkwood's on course to have the complete opposite day as she had yesterday, where she loses the first match and then wins all of the remaining ones.
131. Angela, you require 101.
Playing really well at the moment. Hutchinson there was teed up tops. And will return with 3 darts at it.
69. Kirsty, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Tops has found no issues this time for Kirsty Hutchinson. Halves that deficit. Now needs to find a way of breaking Angela Kirkwood. If Angela just keeps scoring in the manner that she is, that is going to prove difficult.
$60. $60. 60. $140.
Again, that tenacity on full show. Remember, a win here and it puts her in an almost
100.
uncatchable position. It would only be able to be overtaken by the
60.
third place player, Vicky Prum, on leg difference, and it would not just mean winning matches, would mean winning them by margins.
Yeah, because in terms of the legs for and against,
60.
you've got Kirsty sat on +10, Vicky Prum on 0. So as you say, if Vicky's to do that, needs to win big.
85.
And of course, the next game is Vicky Prum against Sophie McKinley. In fact, if Kirsty can turn this around and win it, and then McKinley were to get the better of Prum, then that would be Kirsty through.
156.
And it would be Sophie as good as. Very quickly, it's all said and done.
60. Angelique require 121.
But she may not win this match. Oh, I was going to say Angela Kirkwood had other ideas. She still might, but it won't involve a 1-2-1 checkout.
93. Kirsty require 96.
And you feel this is getting to must-hit territory, and that is a great first start. Double 18 for a 96 and 2 apiece. Double 9.
78. Angelique require 28.
Looks like a good guide, working her way in.
14.
Just overcooks it with the last.
Require 18. Game shot on the fourth flag, Kirsty Hutchinson.
Double 9 found, all square. Hutchinson once again might be turning this around.
Fifth and final leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
Well, the one thing you can say, Kirsty Hutchinson definitely getting her money's worth up on that stage. Every single match she's been in so far, gone the distance. She's managed to produce one of her best legs in the very last.
140.
Beating Paige Pauling 3-2 in her first match, backing it up with a 3-2 victory over Natalie Gilbert.
60. $45. $100. $140.
Well, the fight back has now put her in a strong position. Kirkwood not landing any blows in this leg. And Kirsty Hutchinson moving to the brink of qualification.
Yeah, Angela Kirkwood winning those first 2 legs in 20 and 19 darts. Kirsty Hutchinson coming back in 16 and 19. And
85.
on course to wrap things up. 3-2.
A victory here, and it would have to go very, very wrong for Hutchinson not to be on stage
100. Kirsty require 91.
on finals night with Kirsty Vinnakainen and 4 others. Double 10.
$71.
One match start come and gone, and she might be under a bit of pressure to see off the double 10.
101. Kirsty required 20. No score. Angela, you require 80.
Mistake from Hutchinson. An 80 required for Angela Kirkwood. Single 20 for tops.
60.
Oh, that really could have changed things.
Kirsty required 20.
But Kirsty Hutchinson can tighten her grip
Game
on the
shot on the
group.
match, Kirsty Hutchinson.
And does by delivering double 10 for a 3-2 win against Angela Kirkwood. A third straight win of the day for Kirsty Hutchinson. Fantastic outcome for her so far. She's almost there. 14 points achieved now. Good performance in the end from Hutchinson, coming back from behind to win that game. Coming next is the players that are chasing her, Vicky Proom and Sophie McKinley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV, where before the break we saw Kirsty Hutchinson get a 3-2 win, comeback win against Angela Kirkwood that has put her pretty much in finals night. I say pretty much because this match could actually confirm her spot. If McKinley gets the better of Vicky Proom here, then Kirsty Hutchinson would be confirmed as the second Saturday night finalist. Kirsty Vinakainen, of course, the first, having won Group A.
First.
It's going to be a tough task anyway for either of these players to catch Kirsty Hutchinson, but also if McKinley was to win this match, it's going to become a very tough task for Vicky Prum to catch her. So this really is a crucial one, Laura
60.
Turner.
Yeah, feels very, very crucial for both players involved. And as you say, may dictate what happens to the rest of the field. When they met yesterday, Sophie McKinley got the better of Vicky Prum, 3-0. Vicky referenced that match earlier on in her interview, saying that she knew it was her fault. She missed so many darts at a double. She had her chances, she just didn't take them.
Yeah, Sophie really has the fate of many players' hands in her own here. She's going to confirm Kirsty Hutchinson as the first qualifier from the group if she wins. She's also going to eliminate Paige Pauling and Natalie Gilbert from the race if she does that. Angela Kirkwood already
85.
unable to qualify.
$100. $125.
McKinley, she looked rock steady in her first match. Opened up
100. Vicky
against
required
Angela Kirkwood with just
131.
under an 89 average. It's Vicky Prum here, first down to a finish.
41. Sophie required 141.
141 on offer and on. Treble 19. Not far off.
109.
Does a setup shot, a good setup shot like
Vicky
that,
required
apply more
90.
pressure? Not just because she's left a double, but because of the manner in which she did it.
Yeah, you've got the manner in which she did it,
Game
but
shot on
didn't
the
seem
first
to affect
leg.
Vicky Prum.
Prum.
I don't think I needed your answer, Laura. Vicky answered it for us, didn't she?
Second leg, it's Sophie to throw first.
Brilliant clinical kill of the 90 to take control.
Yeah, and I just think you have some players that will find that crumble under that kind of pressure, and you have others that react to
45.
it and think, right, now I've got to take it. And actually that adrenaline starts coursing through you, and you could just see from Vicky 2 darts, no messing around, very efficient.
6.
Well, actually, it's a fair point because how many times today in those legs, and we've had a few of them where both players have missed loads of darts at doubles, as it originated because a player's been 250 points ahead.
85.
Hasn't happened so much when they've both got down to finishing range at the same time.
Yeah, just that heightened sense of urgency. You need to
25.
be clinical, and Vicky obviously would have remembered this encounter from yesterday.
If Vicky does win it, she will join Sophie McKinley on 10 points.
100.
Joint second place. She can't completely repair the legs difference damage at the moment. There's 8 points between them, but she can take a huge dent out of that. 8 legs between them, I
60.
should say. Should look at Bull with the last dart.
92.
25 would have scored a 101 and she'd have been on a finish.
$45. $59. $137. Sophie, you require
It's a
120.
good response, but still not enough to put Prum on a finish. So if McKinley here can't convert the 120, well, she might be able to finish it off here. Tops required.
100.
Well, no major drama because she knows she'll be back.
$84. Sophie, you require 20. Game shot on the second
All
leg.
square.
Sophie McKinley.
Following this, Paige Pauling and
Third
Natalie
leg,
Gilbert
it's
play
Vicky
each
to
other.
throw
The
first.
outcome of this one will determine
on.
whether or not they're still in with an outside chance. And Vicky Prum's going to take on Kirsty Hutchinson.
100.
Really important. 45 minutes for Vicky, this, isn't it? Playing both of the players that she's chasing.
100.
Yeah, she just want to be switched on and kind of really in the moment.
26.
But we've seen more of that from Vicky today than we have done previously here at the Super Series. Those slips, those troubleless visits, but they're just coming at the wrong time. And in the defeat against Angela
45.
Kirkwood, yes, Angela Kirkwood performed really, really well. Just under a 82 average, 116 finish. But for Vicky, she was really struggling to find the line and keep them straight.
140. $100. $85.
Despite the slip there, Vicky Purim down to a finish, and Sophie McKinley finding herself chasing in the leg.
60. Vicky require 150.
Looking for a treble 18 to leave double 18 there, but two
76.
wayward darts. Still in charge of this leg, but does offer an opportunity for McKinley to tap her on the shoulder.
100. Vicky requires 74.
Yeah, that last start from McKinley could prove all important. Again, Purim finding the wrong segment, adjust well.
58. Sophie require 96.
Treble 20 for double 18. Could go double-double here. But she uses a line, finds a treble.
80.
Oh, and almost a double as
Vicky
well.
requires 16. Game shot on the third leg. Vicky
Oh, it
Pruitt.
was a let off for Vicky, and it just squeezes in that bottom corner of double 8.
Fourth leg. It's Sophie to throw first. Game on.
Just stopping and starting again here after two darts find the one.
22.
But that's not what she needed on throw when her opponents won away from victory.
Now, this is where you really want to punish if
90.
you're Pruitt.
$45.
We mentioned at the start here that Hutchinson would be through if McKinley won. It's still going to take a superhuman effort really to
60.
stop her from qualifying. However, both of them would still be able to catch her, and she would have both of them still to play. So if a leg difference is ever going to be overturned dramatically,
100.
such as that, it would be in that scenario, because you beat her 3-0, you take 6 legs off that leg difference.
60.
Yeah, however unlikely it may seem, we have seen some extraordinary things here at the Super Series in terms of turnarounds
43.
and people qualifying through.
Yeah, we once had a 100-to-1 shot winning a group.
Did you give any comment about that?
Yeah, I said any
76.
outcome is possible.
I don't know about that.
$85.
Yeah, Team Scotland, John Henderson and Scott Campbell won't let me forget it. John Henderson, of course, will be here on Sunday. Champion of Champions,
41.
World Seniors, taking place here at the Live Lounge, live and free on Pluto TV. The afternoon's action gets underway from 1 p.m. Some bonus live darts for you this week. From 7 p.m. the semis and final. 12 players, 12 legends in action on the Super Series stage.
10. Sophie require 121.
Yeah, again, a bit of a disastrous visit from Vicky Pruitt, and McKinley with the chance here to level us up at 2 apiece. Ball is the target, and she's been really
72.
efficient on the
Vicky
bullseye
require
when she's needed it. Not so
164.
much there.
There's options on her return. She's been very good on tops
56.
as well.
Sophie require 49.
And that's the double she chooses to leave. Couldn't find it, nor double
Vicky
10.
require
Chance
108.
for Pruim to win the game.
Well, that isn't a complete disaster, but that has put an end to the
40.
shot.
Sophie required 20.
So 2 10s for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Sophie McKinley.
Levels it up. Hutchinson, I'm not sure how aware she'll
Fifth
be
and
of the
final leg.
permutations
It's
in
Vicky to
the
throw first.
practice room,
Game on.
the back of the arena, but if McKinley can break through here, Kirsty Hutchinson will be through.
41. $43. $41.
Yeah, Vicky will keep battling away, but you could just see with that last one, tried to force a dart through and ended up just pulling it.
95.
Sophie McKinley, she just looks, she always seems quite cool and calm. Doesn't look like one that particularly will panic.
100. $100. $60.
Pruim hit, despite throwing first, has had her turn basically overthrown by Sophie McKinley, who's eyeing up a maximum.
140.
A slightly awkward finish, 1-2-3, but Vicky Pruim's not going to be on a finish, so
55. Sophie
all the
require
time in the world here
123.
for McKinley to get the job done, to put herself with her foot firmly in finals night and to send
59.
Kirsty Hutchinson there. And Vicky Pruim, who's never failed to make it to finals night, is going to be facing that prospect.
41. Sophie requires 64.
Yeah, again, a slip with the last means McKinley's afforded at least 6 from here if they're needed.
That double top again.
24.
Over the top.
Vicky adjusts well with the second, but this is all now about Sophie McKinley.
Require 40. Game shot
And in the top target once
Sophie
again.
McKinley.
And that victory spells trouble for Vicky Pruim. It gives Sophie McKinley a huge chance of being at finals night for the first time. But what it does do is confirm Kirsty Hutchinson's place at the Saturday showpiece. She does not need to win another game. She's done enough work. Hutchinson is through. McKinley looking likely to join her after that victory. Coming next, Paige Pauling takes on Natalie Gilbert.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK, the home of the Modus Super Series, which this week is the home of women's darts, our fourth Women's Week event to be held here, and we have just had confirmed our second finalist. It's going to be Kirsty and Kirsty in action on finals night. Vinnikainen made it through Group A. Kirsty Hutchinson has now made it through Group C. A win for Sophie McKinley has put her in a strong position, and it does mean that the pair on the stage right now will not be able to qualify. Laura Turner certainly can qualify. She's going to be action this evening from 10 p.m. Top of the table in Group B after winning 3 matches
85
last night. But great performance from Sophie McKinley there, and you have to say full credit to Kirsty Hutchinson and McKinley. They've played 3 matches today. They've won 3 matches today, and they're going and taking it in their grasp, aren't they?
Yeah.
60.
And as a player, that's what you want. You don't want to be relying on other results or other players can help you out or doing a favour by beating someone else. You want to make sure that you're in control of what happens with your darting campaign. That's exactly
42.
what Kirsty Hutchinson and Sophie McKinley have done today. To be fair, for Sophie McKinley, she did start Group C quite slowly. She lost those opening 2 matches by narrow margins, but since then hasn't lost a match.
$55. $40. $46.
Yeah, as for Paige Pauling, hasn't been able to pick up a win. She was narrowly defeated by Kirsty Hutchinson in her first match, and then just had a little bit of a wobble against Sophie McKinley because she lost 3-1, but had copious amounts of chances at a double, just wasn't able to convert.
95. Paige require 119.
62 remaining. She's checking the Gilbert score here. It really should go 12 ball because it is a finish, but is she going to say, well, Natalie Gilbert's not going to take this out?
She did try for the 12, showing that kind of respect to
79.
Natalie.
Natalie, you require
Missing a
170.
single number.
And Gilbert, of all players in this group, has had a little bit of a penchant for taking out the big checkouts.
Yeah,
22.
the
Paige, you
153
require
yesterday, the
40.
beautiful 134 today.
Game shot on the first leg.
But it
Paige
is
Pauling.
Pauling that gets across the line in the first leg.
Second leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on. $100.
Will be the final Women's Week of this year. Only halfway
58.
through the year, just the way the calendar has fallen, really. We've got other special weeks coming up. A Rising Stars Week, which will feature players between the age of 16 and 21 at the end of this series, followed by the second International Pairs Week. Of course, we've been revealing a team every week throughout this series, and that one really did go down well, didn't it, the first edition of that?
Yeah, it was great fun, wasn't it?
84.
Unusual to see quite so many players up on the stage at any one time. Not more so than the 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, I could say, of course, we got a 9-dart shootout that night. Bit of darting history there.
85.
If I said to you now, Laura, that you would be
99.
participating in a 9-dart shootout tomorrow night, would you take it?
Yes, because I'd be in tomorrow night. I've still got to do that bit first.
100. $100. Natalie requires 76.
Tops.
37. Paige, you require 160. $30. Natalie, you require 39.
Well, has to use a dart here to find another double. And that double
Edge
is
on
found.
the second leg, Natalie Gilbert.
Natalie Gilbert levelling it up at 1-1.
Oh, we'll find out if Laura Turner's going
Third
to
leg,
make it
it's
to
Paige to throw first.
Saturday night. I'm sure we'll find use for you in some capacity if you don't actually make it, but I'm sure you will.
36.
Top of the table, level with Gemma Hayter. The action in Group B resumes from 10 p.m. this evening. In fact, you'll play Gemma in the opening match of the night.
Yeah, nice easy start to proceedings once again. Thank you ever so much.
44.
And if you want to be here watching the action, tickets are available. Scan that QR code.
99.
It'll take you to dartshop.tv, where not only can you get tickets to support the Women's Week finals tomorrow night for as little as a £5, where else can you get that sporting entertainment for that price? But if you're here around in the afternoon, well,
70.
Phil Taylor's here. Come and keep us company and have an hour with the power, dwelling back on a incredible career.
44.
The greatest dart player of all time, arguably one of the greatest sports people of all time, Phil Taylor, 16-time world champion. And there are still limited tickets available as well for Sunday's World Seniors Champion of Champions, which will feature a 5-time world champion in the form of Raymond van Barneveld. And I can guarantee plenty of those 180s will be hit.
85.
By way of that 180, Natalie Gilbert there wrestling away the advantage. Paige Pauling. Yeah, and I would opt to switch here because that looks like it's just about holding on.
123.
She puts herself in a good spot. 84 remaining when she returns.
21. Natalie,
And
you require
doesn't need to take it out in this
84.
visit. So, double top.
45.
Happened a couple of times, hasn't it? Dart tops has drifted into the one segment.
Yeah, having the leg before. She's exactly the same, but we have seen it over the course of the week from Natalie.
95. Natalie, you require 39. 7. Page you require 121.
Treble 17 would have left the ball. Natalie Gilbert with a chance once again
57.
to break
Natalie
the page
require
balling throw.
32. Game shot in the third leg, Natalie Gilbert.
Now it's 8-8 in the end, but it is 2-1 to Natalie Gilbert. She has the
Fourth leg,
opportunity
it's
here to
Natalie
serve
to throw
out the
first.
match.
Game on. $100. 96. $30. $135.
Good response once again from Paige Pauling.
Yeah, again, I feel like her visits to Women's Weeks have kind of mirrored
45.
each other, Paige Pauling. Just she's been competitive, hasn't she? She's had good results.
40.
But just not really been there at the end, fighting for a place at finals night.
Yeah, I think it's just when she's been here, it's that level of consistency that we just haven't seen. And I know Paige Pauling, for a lot of us, kind of comes with that weight of expectation on her shoulders, I'm sure, because we know she's been doing amazing things on the youth tour. WDF Girls
42.
World Champion. Well, as for Paige, Natalie, and indeed Angela Kirkwood, their chances of progressing, as mentioned, have gone. Interesting matchup coming up next, though. Vicky Pruitt taking on Kirsty Hutchinson. It's a must-win territory now
28.
for Vicky Pruitt.
$26. Page you require 160.
A slip there from Gilbert.
45.
Pauling not really able to punish. You feel if Natalie Gilbert could just get a couple of trebles from this position, all the pressure goes back onto Paige Pauling.
140. Page you require 115.
Well, she did find those couple of trebles down to tops, but it's 115 for Paige.
75.
Narrowly misses
Natalie,
tops.
you require 40.
Double 10 now.
20.
Not to beat.
Page you require 40.
Yeah, three
Game
match
shot on the
starts
fourth
burned for
leg.
Gilbert,
Paige
and
Pauling.
Pauling back to punish.
Fifth and final leg. It's Page to throw first. Game on.
It was a 17-year-old Paige Pauling that won this encounter between the pair of them yesterday.
66. $43. $57.
Well, this will bring us to the end of the third round of fixtures. Following this will be Vicky Pruitt against Kirsty Hutchinson, and if
20.
Hutchinson is to carry on her winning ways today, then that would Well, she'd do for Sophie McKinley exactly what McKinley did for her. She'd beat
50
Vicky
serve.
Prüm, and that would send Sophie through. One thing I didn't think, Laura, after the way things went yesterday, is that we could potentially have
41.
the 2 qualifiers with 5 games to spare.
I agree. I really did think this is
82.
one of those groups that could have gone right down to the wire, but consistency from both Kirsty and Sophie have put them in a really, really strong position. As we know, Kirsty already through. Sophie
42.
almost there. Vicky Prüm, the only other player that could potentially upset Sophie's chances of going through to finals night.
99.
After Natalie Gilbert, she dominated the
45.
previous leg.
Paige require 140.
Had match-winning opportunities, and now it's all Paige Pauling.
60. $66. Paige require 80.
So double top.
40.
She will return without anything blocking that target.
Has been a real turnaround in terms of the match for Paige Pauling. Had to survive match-winning darts from Natalie
100.
Gilbert. Not over
Paige
yet,
require
but chances
40.
here for Paige.
Double 10.
Game
And
shot.
that time
and the
it's
match.
found.
Paige Pauling.
Bit of freedom. Paige Pauling played with towards the end of that encounter. She picks up the victory against Natalie Gilbert. It takes her tally to 6 points. It won't be enough to put her in contention for the race for qualification, and that race could end in the next game. If Kirsty Hutchinson beats Vicky Prüm, then Sophie McKinley will be through. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we saw Kirsty Hutchinson get a 3-2 win over Angela Kirkwood a few games ago, and the result that followed that, Sophie McKinley's win against Vicky Proom, actually confirmed Kirsty's qualification, and now Kirsty's playing Vicky Proom in the next game, and a win for her would confirm Sophie's qualification. There you see, top two go through. Proom cannot catch Kirsty Hutchinson in the group, so she's through. Sophie McKinley would be also uncatchable if Proom were to lose this game against Kirsty. Everybody else out of the picture, and Vicky Proom now tiptoeing on the tungsten trapdoor, because if she loses this game, it'll be the first time that she'll crash out before finals night.
It really is a precarious position for Vicky Proom. As mentioned, this would be to keep her hopes alive to qualify for Saturday, but will be relying on Sophie McKinley to trip up in her last couple of
First leg, it's
outings
Vicky to
as
throw
well. And
first.
Sophie McKinley, so after losing
Game
those
on.
first two games yesterday, she's looked really solid in terms of the performance.
85. $30. 140.
As for Vicky Proom, been a bit of an up and down day for her. Started off in the perfect manner with a 3-0 win over Natalie Gilbert, but went down 3-0 to an inspired performance from Angela Kirkwood. And then lost
95.
out narrowly 3-2 to Sophie McKinley.
$60. 135.
And then with Kirsty Hutchinson, as it goes, she's only lost the one fixture. That was yesterday, and it was this match that was... She was edged out by Vicky Proom.
46.
Double top though found. Good start for Vicky Proom. Super Swedish start.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first.
Now, Laura, you ready for today's tungsten teaser?
Go on then, hit me with it, Murph.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm just asking if you're ready. Henry Deacon will be on from 10 p.m. this evening with some nonsense about the 12 days of Christmas.
I did pause before I answered, to be fair, thinking, are you going to continue with the feature?
I actually missed the answer to his question last night because I had a feeling he was going to get his own question wrong.
85. $58.
I do wonder, do you ever sort of stand down there on that stage and wonder what the commentators, your commentary colleagues are saying about you?
Yeah, or sometimes even commentate myself, right? You know, break the throw, do this. You've got that constant voice in the back of your head. But yeah, when I started playing alongside commentary, absolutely, really hard to shake off as Vicky Proom finds her first 180 of the match. But as I've kind of got used to it, I try my best not to think.
100. $97. Kirsty, you require 156. $100. Vicky requires 66.
Brilliant.
On the second leg, Vicky Proom.
From Vicky Proom to double her advantage and to keep herself in contention. The good news for Kirsty is it's not
Vicky
against her.
First. Game on.
She doesn't have to worry anymore.
Now an inspired performance here from Vicky Proom. Back-to-back 14 dart legs.
Yeah, 28 darts to win 2 legs. That amounts to an average of around 107.
100.
And she may be left scratching her head as to why it's taken to this point to get the mammoth performance.
But it's not too late, Laura. She can still claw her way back into contention. She will need a favour from Natalie Gilbert when she takes on Sophie McKinley in a couple of games' time.
85.
And she will need a favour from Kirsty Hutchinson when she takes on Sophie McKinley in the penultimate game of the session.
Yeah, and she'd also
26.
still have to find a way of winning this and then beating Paige Pauling. So there's a lot of ifs and buts with that if Vicky Pruitt is to find a way into the finals.
60.
But this is a good start just to keep that dream going.
100.
Kirsty Hutchinson hasn't actually been in a match that hasn't gone 3 legs to 2.
60.
All 3 of the fixtures today were going the distance. Vicky Pruitt in a really solid, strong position here to change that trend.
Yeah, and could win it 3-0 in double quick time. Only been at it 5 minutes.
24.
And
Vicky
it could be
require
over.
118.
Going to leave herself well placed
78.
to get the job done here.
Vicky, you require 40.
Double 5.
30.
Well, we've seen Kirsty Hutchinson fight back today, haven't we? Is this going to be the start of something?
Wouldn't put it past Kirsty, but she will need the treble 20. And there's the treble 20, so double 16.
96. Vicky required 10.
Oh, inside.
6. Kirsty
Vicky
requires 16.
May have to keep going in this game. Hutchinson taking aim at double 8.
No score.
Finds double 16
Vicky
inadvertently,
require
meaning
4.
Pruitt returns to finally wrap this tie up. Clear sight at double 1 at least.
No score.
But fails
Kirsty
to find that also.
requires 16. Game shot on the third leg. Kirsty Hutchinson.
Missed opportunities for Vicky Pruitt to get across the line in double quick time, and it's Kirsty Hutchinson
Fourth flag. It's Kirsty
who
to throw
does find the
first.
double, and now
Game on.
we're back on throw.
$60. $60. $60.
Remaining games, Angela Kirkwood versus Paige Pauling. Sophie McKinley against Natalie Gilbert. Pauling, Pruitt, Hutchinson, McKinley. And Natalie Gilbert against Kirkwood.
45.
We'll bring an end to this group. We'll be back from 10 tonight with Laura herself, Gemma Hayter, Trina Gulliver, Robin Byrne and Steph Clark battling it out in Group B.
100.
And finals night takes place from 7:30 on Saturday night, where we will have a special studio guest. So, I mean, if you've been listening to what else has gone on this
99.
weekend, you might have worked it out. And of course, the World Seniors double header, Champion of Champions, all will be solved in one day on Sunday at the Live Lounge.
55.
The likes of Raymond van Barneveld on that stage for the World Seniors Champion of
41.
Champions. First time held here. It's going to start with Trina Gulliver taking on Steve Beaton, Neil Duff against Martin Adams, Mervyn King against Kevin Painter, and Simon Whitlock versus Richie Burnett in
81.
some rather tasty prelim matches.
Yeah, it's set to be a really entertaining day. We've still got a women's week to tie up beforehand as well. It's a busy week here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, Trina Gulliver seems to be involved in all of it. Have to say as well, the Oscar goes to yourself and Trina Gulliver last night. That was a superb bit of acting.
That's just a bit of light-hearted fun, isn't it?
If you're not sure what we talk about, have a look on the Modus Super Series social media channels that you can see, or you could just see on the bottom of the scoreboard. It will appear again at MSS Darts on most platforms. Yeah, we've done a few sort of skits with commentators, and I think I have to say you two were the best pair.
And we did it in one take.
68. Kirsty, you require 40.
Well, we wondered if the comeback was on for Kirsty Hutchinson, and it well and truly is. Vicky Pruitt probably be scratching her head. She kicked off with back-to-back 14 darters, averaging around 107.
To throw first. Game on.
A handful of darts missed at double to seal the deal, 3 legs to nil. And now Hutchinson right back in it.
41.
Thing is as well, even if she wins the match, Vicky, she's still going to be 9 legs adrift of Sophie McKinley.
108.
A lot of damage done by Kirsty Hutchinson here, and she's not finished yet.
$41.
We can all breathe out.
100.
Yeah, when the fourth one goes in, but it was sat perfectly for Kirsty Hutchinson. She wasn't far off getting number 5 and 6.
60.
Yeah, Fallon Sherrick, of course, made history here, becoming the first female player to hit a 9-darter in front of the TV cameras. Have been others that have produced 9-dart finishes,
100.
but not on the telly.
But once again, from a position being behind, Kirsty Hutchinson now has plenty of time for a 1-2-1.
Which way does she want to go? May go 25. May go 45 and finds it. Would have been a superb way to complete an absolutely brilliant comeback. And let's not forget, she's done this against Vicky Pruitt, who after those 2 legs was averaging 107.
41.
It's been an impressive performance. It's been a good day for Kirsty Hutchinson if she can see this off here.
Is Vicky Pruitt about to be eliminated before a Saturday night for the first time?
6.
Not yet. And now, by way of that last one, finding the single 2, Kirsty Hutchinson has nowhere left to go.
41. Kirsty, you require 2.
So Kirsty's already through. And if she hits this double 1, Sophie McKinley will go with her.
Game shot and the match.
And Vicky Pruitt, as a result, is out for the first time. The Swede will not be on the Saturday stage at the Super Series. She will not be going through to finals night. Kirsty Hutchinson already knew she was. Didn't stop her fighting back from 2-0 down to get her 4th win from as many matches today. But confirmation now that she and Sophie McKinley have made it through to finals night.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. so receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
11 of 15 at the Modus Super Series. It is Women's Week 4, and we already know in Group C the two players that are going to be contesting in Saturday's finals. That is Kirsty Hutchinson and Sophie McKinley. Kirsty Hutchinson beat Vicky Pruham in the previous match. Vicky Pruham looked like she was on fire, like she was focused and determined. 2 back-to-back 14 dart legs to kick off proceedings, and Kirsty Hutchinson managed to find a way back and defeat the Swede in the end. So Vicky Pruham, for the first time, won't be in finals night. Those honours go to Kirsty Hutchinson and Sophie McKinley, but still got a few more games to play before the action is finished here in Group C. And right now we've got Angela Kirkwood taking on Paige Pauling.
96.
Paige Pauling won this fixture yesterday, 3 legs to 1. And it looked like Angela Kirkwood early on. She lost her opening match to an inspired performance from Sophie McKinley. It looks like she was turning things around, but unfortunately all the damage done yesterday only picked up the solitary win. Finds herself at the bottom of the table. A win here for Kirkwood, that would put her on 6 points level with Paige Pauling.
59.
All the players will continue to play for a good end to their campaign. We spoke about it a few times, Laura, how for many of them it's just
41.
They see it as an opportunity to showcase not just themselves but the women's game in general, and they want to play well. And I think that's something that Paige Pauling said in an interview we saw from her yesterday, that she just doesn't feel she's played to her highest level when she's come to the Super Series.
No, and she's really got some impressive level. She's mentioned before, she's picked up copious titles on the youth tour. Starting to pick up those senior titles as well now.
54. Angela, you require 141.
And Pauling's last match saw her beat Natalie Gilbert 3 legs to 2. That moved her up the table.
Paige, you require
on
72.
6 points. Pauling with a win here actually could jump over Vicky Pruitt.
52. Angela, you require 44. $24. Paige, you require 20.
You feel that's a good guide, the way that
Paige
Pauling
on the first leg. Paige Pauling.
can use those darts.
Second leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on. $40. $100. $47.
And a couple of early loose visits for Paige Pauling. And it's Angela Kirkwood that's trying to find a break straight back.
60.
Angela Kirkwood is here on debut.
42.
Arguably, she won her first match yesterday, and that was the one that she put quite a bit of importance on, but just couldn't quite push on. I think she'd probably agree that the doubling, that was what let her down yesterday in terms of getting more results. She's definitely put that right today.
84. $60. $41.
Shake of the head from Paige Pauling. Not happy with the visit.
60.
That's an inviting first start.
85. Angela, you require 121.
Well, Kirkwood 6 from here may only need the 3. Doesn't have to go for the ball, but
96.
goes for it anyway.
It can just make things a little awkward, so some optimism here for Pauling to pressurise. And she does that.
Angela,
Sensible
you
use of the
require 25.
25 there as well.
Game shot on the second leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Unorthodox route for 25, but effective in the end.
Third leg. It's Angela to throw first. Game on. $40. $99. $60.
We still do have another 4 games to go to complete Group C. Sophie McKinley comes up next against Natalie Gilbert. We've got Paige Pauling back against Vicky
38.
Pruitt. Kirsty Hutchison takes on Sophie McKinley, and it's Natalie Gilbert against Angela Kirkwood to finish the session. And then we've got even more action from 10 o'clock tonight, live on Pluto TV.
100.
We'll do a tungsten teaser, Laura. Seeing as the games
29.
are effectively dead rubbers now, let's do one. What's the correct way to take out 73?
Look, whatever the outcome, if it's successful, I think that's the right way. Traditionally, I think people would look at treble 19 for double 8, but I quite like the single 13-20 tops route.
If it works, it works.
43.
I think by that point in the evening, after being away pretty much since last Thursday, yeah, I was just
6.
had a bit of brain fog.
I tell you what a week it could turn out to be. Dare to dream, Laura. Trophy collecting every weekend.
59.
Yeah, it would be lovely, but part 1 is just making it through to Saturday's finals. I've always said that's hard enough in itself.
60. 96. Angela, you require 121.
Yeah, Angela Kirkwood missed the ball
41.
for 1-2-1 in a previous leg.
require 137. 97. Angela, you require 80.
Finds a big 20 nice and safely, but may not get a chance to come back. Single 20 to tops combination for Kirkwood.
60. Page, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Paige Pauling.
Well, this is one of those games that we'd probably label a breakathon
Fourth
because
leg,
every
it's
dart
Paige
gone
to
against
throw
throw so
first.
far. Paige Pauling
Game on.
now hoping she can hold on to the advantage of throwing first.
60. 24. 60. 60.
Still 4 games to come after this. Sophie McKinley can begin her sort of victory parade, having qualified for finals night for the first time when she
96.
takes on Natalie Gill. But of course, there is still the small matter of trying to win the group, which she can still do if she wins that and beats Kirsty Hutchinson.
100.
Would have to overturn a 3-leg deficit, but no reason she can't do that across those
60.
2 games. Paige Pauling's final game is against Vicky Broom, who I'm sure will be disappointed at that perfect record of qualifying ending. And Angela Kirkwood will be back to face Natalie Gilbert in the final game of the session.
60. 81.
Paige Pauling here edging ever closer to that winning line.
144 would be a stylish way to go about it.
60. Page, you require 144.
That's not going to happen, but
96.
may well finish it off when she returns.
97. Page, you require 48.
Potential 2-dart combination finish. It's double 16 for a 3-1 win for Paige Pauling.
16. Angela, you require 100.
Couldn't quite find a route through, so Kirkwood back. Tops or treble 20. Tried for the treble 20, but pulls it into the 5.
42. Page, you require 32. No score.
Wrong bed.
Angela, you require 58.
So Kirkwood looking to level.
Tens for 2 all.
38.
Kirkwood
Paige,
misses
you
the
require
opportunity.
32.
But
Game
Paige
shot,
Pauling
and
finds double
Paige
16
Pauling.
in the end. She gets across the line, beating Angela Kirkwood 3 legs to 1. Paige Pauling, that does bring her win up to 4 in Group C. And there's the tail of the tape. Well, a few more games left to come. First of those, Sophie McKinley will be taking on Natalie Gilbert.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the home of Women's Week, and it's the 4th one, and we know 3 players that will be playing at finals night, and one of them is on the stage right now, smiling, having achieved qualification. Sophie McKinley, she is already there. She's going to join Kirsty Hutchinson, who is in first place in this group, and Kirsty Vinnikainen, who won Group A, plus 3 players from Group B this evening. Laura Turner currently leads the way. She'll be back in action from 10 p.m. along with Gemma Hayter, Trina Gulliver, Robin Byrne and Steph Clark, and happens to be alongside me now. Laura, the
First
old
leg,
butterflies
it's Sophie
starting
throw
to
first.
be felt yet, or still
Game on.
feeling cool, calm and collected?
Well, I'm feeling cool because we've got aircon, but that's about it. I'm never calm or collected. Darts is all on the day, all on for, you know, in my case, it'll be all on the night, but hopefully things do go okay. And I can just, it's not even about maintaining that top spot, really. It is just about getting into Saturday's finals. That's the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time you were there, all the way through to the final match against Kirsty Finnikainen, who is ready to return after winning Group A earlier in the week. Still a little battle on for winning this group.
45.
It looks like it's going to be Hutchinson, but McKinley could yet overturn the deficit.
Yeah, Sophie McKinley looking to maintain that perfect record that she's got
84.
today. She lost the opening 2 matches. One of them was against Natalie Gilbert. But since then, hasn't dropped a match.
140. $97.
It's going to be a big time for ladies darts over the next month or so. Of course, the Women's World Match Play taking place in Blackpool around this time next month.
60. Sophie, you require 107.
Kirsty Finnikainen will be there, of course, won't she? Taking on Bo Greaves on her debut.
You've also got Gemma Hayter and Robin Byrne who will be there.
58.
They're playing in Group B later on this evening.
Yeah, Byrne taking on Lisa Ashton. Hayter playing Fallon Sherrock. No easy quarterfinals.
132. Sophie, you require 112.
I'm just looking at the next date, and you could easily make a very high standard
32.
16
Natalie,
player
you
tournament.
require 102.
Happy to back that campaign if you're ready to lead it, Murph.
Or do we want more matches?
62.
When do we want them? Next
Sophie,
month.
you require 80. $60. Natalie, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
Tops
Natalie
for Gilbert. Yeah, if we did go down that route, just for anyone that's interested, the field would be made up of Eileen
Second leg,
DeGraff,
it's
or
Natalie
added
to
to the
throw
field would be
first.
Eileen DeGraff,
Game
Rhiannon
on.
Sullivan, of course, a winner of the Women's Week here. Angela Kirkwood playing today. Lorraine Hyde has appeared on that stage before, as has Katie Sheldon. Steph Clark in action tonight. Makuru Suzuki, who's played at the Super Series as well. And Denise Cassidy would
125.
edge Natalie Gilbert out on countback.
See, looking at that table, I reckon that you should make it maybe, you know, up to 19, 20.
Well, you'd be kicking yourself somewhere because you'd have only been 100 quid off.
177.
One match, one leg, one missed double somewhere along the line. And what a start this is from Sophie McKinley. 177 to kick off leg 2.
85. $84.
Interesting. That's Denise Cassidy's birthday today.
99.
Yeah, one of the Irish contingent that travel over to the PDC Women's Series. She was recently in the Six Nations as well.
Oh, we're doing the birthday shout-outs. Also Cameron Menzies and a former Super Series Champions Week finalist, Jacob Taylor of Canada.
60. Sophie, you require 140. $40. Natalie, you require 132.
Champagne shot, bullseye the first target. So now treble 19. That leaves the ball.
82.
You could hear it just caught the
Sophie,
flight of the
require
dart already in the
100.
25. Traditionally, she's been going for another treble 20 when she's in that position.
40. Natalie require
The
50.
last one, a real flyer.
Top send for 2-0.
$20.
Drifting the wrong way.
Sophie requires 60. Game shot on the second leg. Sophie McKinley.
Sophie squares it up.
Third leg, it's Sophie to throw first. Game on.
If Sophie McKinley is to have any chance of
100.
topping the group towards the tail end of play today, needs a win here, and you feel she really could do with winning the next couple because she's behind on leg difference. Kirsty Hutchinson currently top on 16, Sophie McKinley second
60.
on 12 points, but the pair play each other in the last match, or in their last match. It's actually the penultimate one of the session.
60. $100.
Well, we know who's going
60.
through, Laura, from this group, but who of the eliminated players do you think leaves with the most sort of food for thought? Who's learned a big lesson this week?
I think all of them can
83.
take things away for very different reasons. Obviously, Angela here on debut, she can take the experience, and if she gets the opportunity to come back, you can really build on that. But I think the one that may be
60.
scratching their head more than anyone else, Vicky Pruitt, because Vicky's always made it through.
And was an odds-on favourite in
Yeah.
this group, let's not forget.
Yeah, and I think with Natalie,
95.
she's produced some big moments throughout the week, which culminated for me in that 1-5-3 finish against Vicky Pruitt to not only beat her 3-2, but it was actually a comeback from 2-0 down.
95.
Yeah, and then Paige Pauling, who is now actually sat third on the table. She's leapfrogged Vicky Pruitt off the back of that last win she had.
47. Sophie require 126.
And Paige was saying, you know, if she has the opportunity to practice a little bit more, then she'll be better.
Yeah, pretty purposeful practice.
70. Natalie
Could have turned into
require
a real
116.
tongue twister, that, couldn't it? Paige Pauling's pretty purposeful practice.
Yeah, rather you saying that than me.
32. Sophie require 56.
Double top here for Sophie McKinley. Take the lead in this contest.
Game shot on the third leg.
She
Sophie
duly does.
McKinley.
As mentioned, the live action coming up both today and over the course of the weekend, but of
Fourth
course,
leg. It's Natalie to throw first.
plenty of other content available here on the 24-hour channel on Pluto TV. Following the live show today, we'll have the Women's Pairs
60.
Challenge, where the players team up to take each other on.
60.
The likes of Paige Pauling herself, Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton all in action in that. That's straight after the Group C action. We've got some tungsten talks then,
140.
featuring the likes of Richie Burnett and Devon Peterson. Inside the ADC at 7:15, a look behind the curtain at the rise of the amateur darts circuit.
60.
And at 7:35 this evening, we've got a tungsten talk with the Turners, Laura and Aaron.
Yeah, that was an experience in itself, to say the least.
137. 85. Natalie, you require 164.
Natalie Gilbert here in a good position to level things up at 2-all. May opt to look down with
44.
the last and does. $100. Natalie, you require 120.
It's always going to be difficult to locate the treble after that first start.
60.
Stood up in such a position, but she just cut the score in half and will return for the remainder.
$60. Natalie, you require 60.
Again, that shuffle just to get the angle. There's double 10 now. Completely clear
50.
bed, but not
Sophie,
to be
you
for Natalie
require
Gilbert.
136.
And whilst the 136 won't go, she can leave
100.
the double 18
Natalie,
with that
you
last
require
dart.
10.
I assume that last dart was going to go in.
Require 36.
Always seems to be the way, but it might be the last one that Natalie Gilbert throws in this contest. Double 9.
$27.
Gilbert does come back.
Natalie, you require 5.
Both players needing to find an odd number. And from this position, Natalie quite often goes for a 3 to leave double 1.
She's okay. She has avoided the treble, and it is double 1. And that could be a help.
No score.
Couldn't use it though.
Sophie, you require 9. Game shot. and the
Double
match.
4 is found
Sophie
to
McKinley.
complete a 3-1 victory for Sophie McKinley over Natalie Gilbert. Natalie Gilbert looking disappointed there, did have chances to level up, but it's the Scottish international that keeps that winning streak going. You can see the averages there, 71-71 for Sophie McKinley, 3 from 9. Well, coming next, Paige Pauling takes on Vicky Pruitt. So we are in the final round of 3, and the first pairing up is Paige Pauling against Vicky Pruim. Vicky Pruim, I feel, out of all of the competitors so far this week, will be the most disappointed in the fact that she won't be progressing through to finals night. She's ever present when it comes to the women's week. She's always made it through to finals, but today things just didn't quite pan out for the Swede, and at the moment she finds herself now 4th on the table, having slipped behind her opponent in this match, Paige Pauling. Both level on points, both with the opportunity to move on to double figures in terms of their points collected. It would be a small consolation, I'm sure, for both of them, but it would be nice for their final match of Group C to be signing off with a win. In terms of the other matches that we've still got left to come after this will be the 2 that have got through, Kirsty Hutchinson taking on Sophie McKinley, and then rounding off all the action, Natalie Gilbert faces Angela Kirkwood.
59.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have the players that haven't made it through leaving disappointed, but they can still put on a show before they depart the live lounge.
Quite often you will find with some players the irony
55
is some of their best games come after there's nothing more they can actually do. There's just that weight of pressure off your shoulders. You know that you've done everything you possibly can. There's no chance of qualifying through, and you can relax into a match.
140.
Some may stick around and watch the finals night tomorrow. If you find yourself in the area, come along. Tickets available. Dartshop.tv, the place to go to get them.
And it's already looking like an interesting lineup. Kirsty Vinakine, and the only player in the field this week who's actually lifted a Women's Week title. Joined now from Group C by Kirsty Hutchinson and Sophie McKinley, and there's still more action to come tonight. I know who I'm backing to get through tonight. What about you, Murph?
Trina Gulliver.
28.
Another one, not found, so Pruim will take a look at 104.
$96. Vicky require 104. $48.
Couldn't find the adjustment there, so Paige Pauling for the first leg.
That becomes double 9 then.
Game shot on the first leg.
Doesn't matter how you get there, just get there if you can.
Isn't that a lyric from a song?
Second leg, it's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
You're going to give us a few bars?
60.
No, I think I've got it, yeah. No, I think it's called Get Here.
Oh, so I've paraphrased, have I?
44. $58. $123. $60. $77. $85.
There have been times this week with Vicky Pruim, I think, when she's got the action right and everything's clicking, she does look absolutely untouchable still.
140.
You think back to that last match against Kirsty Hutchinson, she kicked off with back-to-back 14 darters. She was on around 107 average before being pegged back by
require 117.
Our current table leader.
Game shot in the second leg. Paige Pauling.
Absolutely superb stuff from Paige Pauling.
Third leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on.
Who is showing what she can do in this game. That 117 checkout sees a razor Success rate on doubles to 50%. She's averaging well into the 80s in this encounter.
Yeah, and just found her second highest checkout of the week so far. She did have a 118 earlier on, and right now looks like she's got Vicky Pruham's number.
$99.
It's kind of like I said, sometimes when the pressure's off and there's nothing more you can do, you can relax.
140.
And seeing some real exhibition style darts here from Paige Pauling, who looks like she's signing off with her best performance of the week.
140.
Yeah, that'd be a good feeling, won't it? She could actually find herself not just signing off with the best performance, but securing
42.
third place in the table as well. It looks a lot better, doesn't it, when you reflect?
100. Paige, you require 142.
Kirsty Hutchinson against Sophie
62.
McKinley next. That will determine who
Vicky,
wins the group.
require
I think it is a straight
102.
shootout, actually, because there's only one leg between them. 2 points behind McKinley, but if she wins, then she'll take 2 legs, at least,
86.
off Kirsty.
Paige,
and
you
that
require
means
80.
that she would finish top of the table. Can still be done. 25 and the ball. And the ball.
55.
Not quite.
Vicky, you require 16. Game shot on the
Vicky
third
does
leg.
find
Vicky Pruitt.
88 and now has the opportunity to level things up at 2
Fourth
apiece.
leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
And that's the dart I've been talking about. That's
108.
that positive action that you've been seeing from Vicky Pruham. But unfortunately for Vicky, there's just been patches where she hasn't been
85.
able to find big trebles.
Putting it all together in this leg.
100.
180 followed by a ton.
$43.
Is a slightly shortened format on the women's weeks, and it does create a bit of jeopardy. 2-0 never feels safe, does it?
45.
I mean, we see it on a regular week here. Even 3-0 in a race to 4 isn't always secure.
44.
But as you say, it's even more precarious when it's a first to 3.
$60.
Vicky Pruham here, really fighting back, trying to level things up.
59. Vicky, you require 116.
Great leg of darts, not quite complete yet. And we've seen plenty of legs where a player's raced off in front and then double trouble has hit.
60. Vicky, you require 36.
She'll be hoping to avoid that here. Well, she finds a double, but not the right one. Double 14 will be the next target. Double 7 will become the next.
22.
Finds none of them, and she's in a much more awkward position than she was before she had that visit.
Yeah, although all the doubles are the same size, and you can tell yourself that there are just some that players prefer more than others.
58. Vicky, you require 14.
We've been shooting some content today that'll be airing soon that actually refutes that theory. Not all doubles are the same size, Laura.
Vicky Pruitt.
But that one was found. 2-2. Deciding leg will
Fifth
be the last
and
leg for
final
this pair
leg. It's
at this
Paige to
women's
throw
week.
first. Game on. $26.
And what was looking like a dominant performance to end the campaign of Paige Pauling, including a 15 dart leg. Vicky Pruham's battle back to 2 apiece.
58.
It hasn't happened for Vicky today. She's only won 1 match. Could become 2. Paige Pauling, I think, pretty much wins 2 games every day, doesn't she, whenever she appears here at the Super Series. And it's just winning, having that one day where you win 4 or 5, that would be the difference between her
92.
actually making it through to a finals night.
It's just everything clicking, isn't it? That's the thing. And in a race to 3, you can't really afford to be switched off at any given time, because the players that are in the field, they're just there. They'll take advantage.
100. $100. $55. Vicky, you require 101.
Treble 19 would have left double 12, but as it
45.
stands, Paige Pauling,
Paige, you
she could
require
sign off in
170.
real style. It is the big fish.
42. Vicky, you require 56.
Couldn't really take a bite out of it. And now Pruim looks at tops to finish with a win.
16. Paige, you require 128.
Needed that single 18 to leave anything on, so Pruim back.
80.
It would be
Vicky, you
a
require
comeback
40.
for Vicky Pruim.
Double 10.
Game
Come back
shot
she
and the
does.
match. Vicky
Not
Pruim.
enough for Vicky Pruim to carry on that perfect run of qualifying which she's had here at the Super Series before, but she does end up in 3rd place and therefore the best of the rest. Pauling finishes her campaign in 4th position. We're going to find out who will be in 1st place next when the top 2 tango. Kirsty Hutchinson against Sophie McKinley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title,
Welcome to this Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, where the two going through from Group C are sharing the stage right now. Sophie McKinley and Kirsty Hutchinson. And it's pretty simple. Whoever wins this match will go through as the group winner. Hutchinson currently occupies top spot. She's amassed 16 points so far. McKinley can get to that tally herself if she manages to defeat the league leader. And if she does that, then she will overtake her on leg difference, because there's only a leg between them as well. So the winner takes it all here, goes through as a group winner, and that does affect the group
First
on
leg,
finals
it's Kirsty
night.
to throw first.
It would mean, of course, avoiding the Group
Game
A
on.
winner, Kirsty Vinnikainen, in the round-robin stages tomorrow. Well, the runner-up of the group, of course, would play Kirsty Vinnikainen in the first match on finals night.
85.
Yeah, you have to kind of look at these weeks in stages. Obviously, if you're here in Group A, that's stage one. If you can't make it through, it's about making it through your respective group. And then that final stage is finals night. And it's very much more of a knockout feel. Although we do have those round-robin matches
60.
just to decide who goes through to the semi-finals, they do feel almost like knockout darts.
95.
It was a close battle between these two yesterday. It was Kirsty Hutchinson who came out victorious with a 3-2 win over Sophie McKinley.
100.
If she can do the same here, she'll finish on 18 points and will top the group.
$42. $45. $81.
You have to give an enormous amount of credit to the pair of them. They've turned up on Friday. They've won all of the matches.
$77.
Wouldn't have mattered what anyone else did, would it?
No, yeah, gave no one else a look in the end.
For Sophie, of course, that means she's now on a run of 7 straight wins, having won a final 3 yesterday. Oh, there's a point in the board, it looks like there. I think it's Sophie's point. He's still in the board. I've never seen this before.
Jack Garwood there just extracting the point.
I think she's going to have to go and get it repaired in the back. Oh, Kirsty should have left that in. I mean, she's walked on with 4 darts. She could have had
44.
4 points scoring for her then.
Yeah, would that point have counted as a score? I'm quite confident it wouldn't, but...
Yeah. Okay, yeah, well, she's disappeared to go and get a replacement dart or to get it repointed. He's going to need all 3 darts against Kirsty Hutchinson, you think? And as you can see there, as we were talking about, whoever wins this match will win this group. We could have had a situation, Laura, there where one player on the stage had 4 darts, the other one only had 2.
We could. I wonder if Kirsty would have lent the 4th dart to Sophie.
Well, yeah, also confirming, of course, a departure from this week of Vicky Prum and Paige Pauling after they played their final match. Natalie Gilbert and Angela Kirkwood will play in the last match of the group. Of course, the loser of that will end up at the foot of the table. So there is something on that one, I suppose. And tonight, Laura, you'll be back in action as well. Group B is going to resume. And look who's top of it, Laura Turner, on 6 points. Everything level with Gemma Hayter, but because you beat her ahead on the head-to-head.
Yeah, it's still a really open group. You know, there's only a couple of wins separating place, 5th and 4th place through to 1 and 2. So I guess the idea is to try and do something similar, replicate getting a few wins. Well, pleased to say that Sophie is back and Sophie does have 3 darts in hand.
Yeah, and I think one of them's not hers, from what I'm being told. Let's just check. Yep, Paige Pauling's dart, the last one.
Require
She's borrowed a dart off Paige Pauling.
So, this is something that I can actually associate with. For anyone that really doesn't know, I spent
65.
best
Sophie
part of
require
15 years
82.
playing with 2 darts the same and an odd one.
Well, there's more to it. Bigger story here, and I'm going to come on to it in a second.
62. Kirsty
Interesting,
require
actually, threw
25.
the falling dart first on the previous video, threw it last. But let's just see who wins this leg, and then we will discuss her plan for the rest of the week, because she's got another day to play.
Sophie require 20.
I imagine to see her darts being thrown first.
Game shot on
And
the
that
first
would be
leg.
the reason
Sophie
why.
McKinley.
So she wins a rather dramatic leg, in which she had to borrow a dart off Paige
Second
Pauling
leg,
from the
it's
back
Sophie
room.
to throw first.
But
Game
Laura,
on.
she's got to play finals night tomorrow. If she hasn't got a spare dart, what is she going to do?
Yeah, I mean,
It's possible she might have one wherever she's
she might have
staying,
one in
but
the room. Yeah, she might be able to repoint. I don't actually know what points that she was using. If that's actually that's one that's solid and fixed in. We do get
81.
detachable points now, so she may have spares of those, just not with her.
but it can just change. Can just change things a little bit.
60.
Seen other occasions where this has happened. I think Justin Pipe happened to, didn't it, at World Championship? Believe he was playing Mark Walsh, who lent him one of his spare darts because just didn't have any. And remember at the time Eric Bristow was doing the punditry, and he said he would not have let him borrow a dart at all. We would have made him play with 2.
And we've actually seen players play with 2. Callum Ridds probably had one of the best 2 dart legs that you will ever see.
Now, I've seen players leave a point in the board before. I don't think I've ever seen the other player's visit begin with that point still in the board. Another one to tick off the bingo card of unexpected things to happen at the Modus Super
45.
Series.
Yeah, and of course, the third dart, the Paige Pauling dart, very different in terms of shape and style from Sophie McKinley's normal set. Even lands in the board very different. Can also play probably with the mind of your opponent, because obviously Kirsty was left on stage. She was waiting for Sophie to come back with either a fixed point or what she did come back with. But for my kind of level of kind of doing
Kirsty
things in an order, she keeps throwing the dart
160.
in a different place.
I think that's probably a good thing, you know. I know you wouldn't do that. You'd certainly keep the same order, but it tells me she's not thinking about it.
Sophie require 158.
She's just putting 3 darts in her hand and throwing them in whatever order they come out.
$96. Kirsty
On that
requires
occasion,
60.
Paige's dart was the best dart.
But it's tops here for Kirsty Hutchinson.
40. Sophie requires 62. $22. Kirsty
Totally different
requires
flight,
20.
isn't it? Totally different trajectory. Might get a helping hand here from Hutchinson, though, who needs to rescue this shot to deny McKinley another visit.
18.
Can't quite complete
Sophie
it.
require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Sophie McKinley.
Well, despite the drama and the broken point and the
Third leg, it's Kirsty
use
to
of
throw
the Paige
first.
Pauling dart,
Game
Sophie
on.
McKinley is not just one leg from winning this match. It will be an 8th straight victory for Sophie McKinley, and it
43.
would see her jump over Kirsty Hutchinson, and it would see her top the group.
$100. $60. 60.
Well, she's not doing badly at all, is she? Sophie McKinley with this tungsten tombola.
I've
often wondered, and we haven't seen it yet, not to my knowledge, whether a player, Peter Wright was always going to be the one I expected it to be. To play with different sets of darts for scoring and finishing. So to take a couple of sets up on the stage and basically to use one for throwing at the treble 20s, and then when you get to the end of the legs, when you want to throw at doubles, to use something different. And the reason I say this is 'cause I remember a match at the match play where Peter Wright used these short, stubby, fat darts against Simon Whitlock, and it was one of the best performances of finishing you've ever seen. But then you've seen him with other darts. Is that touching? What's she up to now?
40.
No is the answer. Yeah, the other darts seem to score better, and I just wondered if one day he would use different darts for different aspects of the game.
I do agree that if anyone was going to do that, that probably would be Peter Wright. But so far, it's not been too much of a hindrance here for Sophie McKinley.
60.
And it may be something that actually Kirsty Hutchinson is thinking of, because you would feel when you're playing an opponent who obviously has broken a dart mid-throw, then the opportunity is there for you to beat them. When you don't take the chances when they're presented, I think that does lead to frustration. You could see it a little bit in the last leg for Kirsty Hutchinson, chasing round the board for a double.
28. Kirsty require 151.
But it's not the first time that Kirsty Hutchinson has found herself 2-0 down. She was 2-0 down in her last match against Vicky Prim and found a way back to win.
132.
Go on then, do it in style. 3 different darts, 2 in the ball.
100. Kirsty require 92.
And she'll be telling everybody forever that if she'd had her own darts, that would have been in.
Game shot in the third leg, Kirsty Hutchinson.
Yeah, and true to form there, Kirsty Hutchinson has mentioned she has been 2-0 down on a few occasions and has been able to claw her way back into a match.
Game on. $45. $100. $123. $100.
Now we're really starting to see some stages of power scoring from both.
$60. $60. $100.
Another match to come at the end of this. Natalie Gilbert and Angela Kirkwood. We're then going to have a chat with Sophie McKinley, who may well be the group winner.
57.
And after the live show, some of the women are going to team up to play pairs. Keep an eye on that. The Women's Pairs Challenge.
87.
Back tonight from 10 for Group B. Tomorrow night, 7:30 is finals night. Both of these players will be here. Sophie McKinley about to return to try and finish a job and seal her
100.
achievement
Sophie require
as a Group
86.
C winner on Women's Week 4. Double 8 to do so.
Game shot.
And
And
McKinley
the match. Sophie McKinley.
gets the victory. A fabulous run of results. 5 straight wins today. 8 straight wins in total. And both of those players have qualified. Sophie McKinley has done it as the group winner. She'll have to sort out her darts for tomorrow, but nothing wrong with where they're landing. Her performances have been fantastic, and she gets the victory here. A 3-1 success over Kirsty Hutchinson, and we will be back in a few short moments with Natalie Gilbert against Angela Kirkwood.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
ahead.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back. One more game to go in Group C, and it is between, well, the bottom 2, Natalie Gilbert and Angela Kirkwood, fighting it out to avoid being at the foot of the pile. But it's all about the top 2, and they are Kirsty Hutchinson and Sophie McKinley. We're hoping to hear from between now and the end of the show. We will do that if we've got time. We spoke to Kirsty yesterday. We'll try and speak to the group winner, Sophie McKinley, today, and then we'll have a little bit of a rest from the live action. Plenty of fantastic content coming up between now and 10 p.m.
First
when
leg, it's
Laura
Natalie
Turner
to throw
returns
first.
to the stage. But
Game on.
one final act of commentary for you to do this week, Laura. And it's this game between Natalie and Angela, who are not going to make it through, but how will they be reflecting on their campaigns?
48.
Yeah, I think it would probably be mixed emotions, to be fair, because both have had some real highlights. Angela Kirk was really, for me, coming today, where she averaged nigh on 92, including a 116 and a 3-0 victory over Vicky Pruitt, who at that point was trying to secure a top spot herself. As for Gilbert, she signed off yesterday with a real flourish,
81.
again getting the better of Vicky Pruitt, but finished off with that wonderful 153. I think it's just the experience sometimes coming here to the Modus Super Series, the amount of match practice that you get. Obviously with Natalie, she's been here all week. Angela for the last couple of days, and it's a real platform that you can build on.
120. $60.
And for Natalie especially, this will be her 25th game this week, and we spoke about it previously that she has had health issues in the past. She's battled to get back to playing darts, and it was, as you mentioned, one of the things that she actually used as part of the rehabilitation. So some of this was about kind of the amount of stamina 26. That she may have going through a whole week, and she's proven that more than capable.
$64.
Yeah, just well there with the last one. Leaves herself on 48.
$100. Natalie, you require 48.
So 16 or 8. Maybe just aim for the wire in between them. Got 8. Can't find tops, double 10.
28. Angela, you require
130. Only requires one treble.
Well, there is that one treble. But if you find the treble, make sure of the single number, and the rolling of the eyes from Angela Kirkwood tells you all you need to know.
Natalie, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Natalie Gilbert.
Punishers.
Second leg, it's Angela to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, what looked like a group that could have turned out to be really close ended up being dominated by two players, Sophie McKinley and Kirsty Hutchinson, both amassing 16 points.
125
in their campaign. Sophie going unbeaten today. As things stand, this pair only winning 2 games apiece.
Yeah, and the only games that Kirsty and Sophie
135
came unstuck on. Sophie was those first 2. One of them being against Kirsty Hutchinson, the other actually being against Natalie Gilbert.
60.
I think Kirsty, in a way, will be happier than Sophie. Sophie will be very happy to have made it, but to have been here all week, and she mentioned yesterday how tiring it can be, and to have
100.
Feels worth it, doesn't it, when you've got the payoff of the finals night?
Yeah, because I imagine if she described her Group A campaign, that it wasn't consistent. There were some highs, but there were some real lows for her as well. And she spoke really honestly and openly to you about the struggles she's had. Talks about struggles with dartitis, releasing that third dart. So to be able to reset, come into Group C, and she was calm, she was composed, she was determined to enjoy it. And it obviously was conducive for her to get some of the best darts out of her.
This was the only match that Angela Kirkwood won yesterday, but she's staring down the barrel of defeat here. Gilbert threatening another big finish. We've seen a few of those from her.
68.
Instead, just leaving... Well, 73, Laura, your favourite.
I bet she doesn't go... Look, in my defence, the first time I left it, I went the right way, and that was fine. The second time, just a bit tired, made a mistake. But I still hit it.
Well, there is no right way, is there? No right or wrong. Just in darts, you have to show you're working, but as long as you get to the right answer.
53. Angela, you require 86.
Natalie Gilbert opting for the more traditional route, different outcome, but it's Kirkwood here who levels it up at one apiece.
Angela Kirkwood.
You know, the irony is I'm going to leave 73 tonight and giggle to myself.
Yeah,
140.
A darts family as well, aren't you? So I'm sure there's never any shortage of people ready to tell you when you've done something that they deem to be wrong.
To be honest, because I hit it, I didn't really think about it at the time. Obviously, if I'd found the treble 13, then yeah, that I would have questioned what was going through my mind at the time. But yeah, first thing this morning, other half calls. So how do you finish 73? I had to go on to X to have a look at the video to find out. Yeah, that's really wrong.
Nothing wrong with this from Kirkwood.
108.
Absolutely sublime. Believe she had a 180 in this fixture yesterday. Does it again.
59. $55.
And all of a sudden, a match where Natalie Gilbert was looking quite comfortable. Angela Kirkwood's managed to turn things around.
66. $125.
And Gilbert, despite throwing first in this third leg, finds herself on the back foot.
125. Angela, you require 81.
Treble 12's in, so 26 left, double 13.
55.
Options on 51. 11 for tops, or 19 for double 16. Maybe has got in this pickle by going for that, but thinking about the possibility of busting.
Yeah, we often see it, don't we, when players have got 60 left at the other end of the board, they'll hit a tops because you are trying to avoid
43.
Busting your score,
Angela,
giving yourself the best
26.
chance, but that is the other issue. And that is right on the wire and uses it first dart as a guide perfectly.
Yeah, you said you're always taught on those single to double checkouts to always go somewhere where you can't bust.
Angela to throw
I remember
first.
commentating on a pro tour once. I won't name and shame the player, but he was on 25 and he was going for 17. And the first attempt to hit the treble, the second attempt to hit the double.
41.
He went for a 9 after that.
Yeah, it can happen, and it's silly. I mean, the amount of times that we see players just miss that big single number when they're trying for a combination finish, and it's just that little bit of focus that just may go away.
100. $59. $45. $36.
It's been a really competitive final fixture for Group C. Both players averaging over 80. Natalie Gilbert around 84.
100. $58. 60.
And just slowly working her way towards victory here, Kirkwood. Unless Gilbert can find a treble or two. Well, there's one.
It's been something Natalie's produced on a regular occasion this
Angela,
week.
you require 155.
When she's found herself in a spot of bother, she can pull out a 1-2 treble visit.
And right on cue, a 140 to leave 68.
97. Natalie, you require 68. $52.
Oh, it
Angela,
could
you
be over
require
here.
58.
Double top, double 10.
38. Natalie, you require 16.
Couple of match-winning chances come and gone for Angela Kirkwood. Natalie Gilbert with an opportunity to level up once again.
Game shot on the fourth
And
flag.
level up
Natalie
she does.
Gilbert.
We do go the distance in this final Group C fixture.
Fifth and final leg. It's Natalie to throw first. Game on. $100. $41.
Now you feel it's about who's going to hold their nerve, who will get across the line. Whoever picks up this final match victory, it will see them finish in fifth. Currently, Natalie Gilbert in fifth on 4 points.
57.
Angela Kirkwood also on 4 points, but in sixth position.
$60. $40. $81.
Well, do stay with us at the end
60.
of this contest. We will be hearing from the group winner, Sophie McKinley.
$95.
Just 20 points separating these two.
$44. $60.
Well, last leg of the group. 10 more matches to come this evening. Laura, you're going to play your final four.
140. Angela, you require
Win 2 of them,
164.
and you'll be on that stage as well tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems. I kind of know the recipe to get through. It's just whether I can kind of pull the ingredients together and
60.
get across the line.
Natalie, you require 60.
Well, if she puts one nicely in the 20 here, she can actually use that as a marker. Just don't overdo it. Nearly did. This is going to be the greatest finish we see all week.
21. Angela, you require 104.
Well, this could be a really good finish for Kirkwood. It's not going to go. Natalie Gilbert, not the first time that she's been on 39.
96. Natalie, you require 39.
So to sign off with a victory. After that drift into the one, 39 remaining. Double 10. Kind of played it safe there. Quite sensible, that. Any one of 3 targets would have left her a double. She got double 10. She hit double 10. And she ensures that she doesn't finish at the foot of the field. Angela Kirkwood, unfortunately, takes P6. Gilbert finishes in 5th position. Paige Pauling in 4th. Vicky Proom in 3rd, failing to make it through for the first time to finals night. Kirsty Hutchinson goes through, as does the group winner Sophie McKinley, who we will be hearing from in a moment. They'll be at Saturday night's finals, and so can you be.
What on the man?
It's a great stage to play on. I love coming to the Super Series and playing, especially doing it in front of the crowd.
Can't fault it. I've absolutely loved it and it's been a great experience.
Modus Super Series Women's Week Champion!
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised nine-star finish! It's history for Paul Greaves!
Kirsty Filipina!
The Lancashire Road, Lisa Aston!
Yeah, tickets are still available for finals night, but we know who will be there from Group C. It's going to be Sophie McKinley and Kirsty Hutchinson. McKinley getting victory over Hutchinson in the penultimate match of the session to finish top of the table in the group. A fantastic run to first place as well, winning her last 8 matches after losing her first 2 yesterday. Superb stuff from Sophie McKinley, I'm delighted to say, has joined myself and Laura Turner in the studio. Sophie, congratulations. Just give us your first reaction, having made it through to your first finals night.
Thank you. I am over the moon to make it. Last time I missed out. Wasn't my best the last time, but was in the first 2 games yesterday. I was disappointed in myself and I just thought, oh, here we go again. But I just knew I had to dig in deep, and then coming in today, it was just all to play for.
Did you start to feel some momentum as you started to pick up win after win?
Yeah, I started to feel more comfortable, like when I started winning, and I was just hoping to keep the darts straight and hopefully hit the doubles.
Laura, there were some big matches, weren't there? It looked like, Vicky was going to be very much in the mix. How important was Sophie's win against Vicky Proom earlier on?
Well, it was massive, wasn't it, in the context of the table, because it stopped Vicky's charge towards a place for qualification, but it also then put Kirsty Hutchinson through. So yeah, it was a really big changer in terms of the table, because then we kind of knew where we were with everything.
Did you feel that there were key opponents that you would need to beat to just keep them in the distance?
No, I knew that I would need to beat Vicky because I looked at the table last night and I knew we were equal on points. So a win against her would do me good. And then she lost against Angela, so I knew I had to kick on from there and just keep winning.
What have you been most pleased about with your game over the last couple of days?
Maybe my finishing. My finishing is usually my weak point. Like, I can be a big scorer at times. Maybe like my scoring's not been up there, but my finishing has been a lot better, and that's what's won me the games really.
Yeah, we've noted tops in particular as being really good. Also, the bullseye hitting you picked up that over the last couple of days.
Yeah, even when it wasn't to finish a leg, you threatened the 1-3-2 on a couple of occasions, and yeah, it's just been on point. When you've needed the bullseye, you've managed to kind of just find it.
Well, speaking of point, let's talk about that. A strange moment earlier on in that match against Kirsty Hutchinson. So your point just stayed in the board. Kirsty actually started her visit. When did you notice it wasn't there?
I didn't realise. Like at first, I heard a little click, and then I just looked down and I went, "Oh no!" And then obviously Jack saw it in the board. So
yeah, there he is, Jack Garwood, the referee, taking it out, handing it back to you, and you had to run off stage. How did that go? That conversation in the back room about getting someone to lend you a dart?
Well, Vicky was like, "Where's your darts case?" and was looking in my bag, and I was like, "I don't have any spare." And I practice with Paige's darts sometimes, like when we're just having a muck about. So I was like, Paige wasn't actually there. I just picked up one of her darts, and I was like, "This will do. We'll see how it goes."
Right, are you going to be all sorted with your own 3 darts for tomorrow?
I will be. Jack fixed it for me.
Perfect. Yeah, all part of the service at the Modus Super Series. But I mean, she didn't play badly, did she, with an odd dart?
Well, no, and it was against the other person that was in contention to top the table as well. So, yeah, an odd dart, and it was the dart that got you across the winning line. So, yeah, I guess a thanks to Paige for that as well.
Yeah, she's trained them well.
Right, let's just get confirmation then of where things are in terms of the week. Of course, Kirsty Vinakainen, earlier on Wednesday, she managed to win Group A and is already through to finals night. She's now been joined by Sophie McKinley and Kirsty Hutchinson, and tonight we will find out the final 3 players. Laura Turner, actually top of the table in Group B. Laura, hoping not to be sat there tomorrow, not until the end anyway of the evening. How are you feeling going into tonight?
Yeah, always a little apprehensive. You don't know what you're going to do until you're actually here and up on the stage, and it's a really tough group. So I'm grateful to have picked up 3 wins. It puts me in a good position. I understand that, but there's still a lot of work to do. It could be a really tight group once again, but I'm hopeful. I'm hoping that just keep the nerves at bay and try and repeat what I did last night.
Sophie, you don't need to worry about that. You're already there. How exciting is it to be playing in front of an audience and to have the chance to play for this trophy?
Yeah, it's really exciting. Last time I came and watched the finals night, and to be playing in it this time is just another opportunity, I guess. So I'm just going to try and play my best, and hopefully the darts go where I want them.
Will you keep an eye on Group B this evening?
I will be. I watched it last night. Laura done very well.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. All friends in here. It's different. Did you see her and Trina Gulliver have a little bit of beef before their match started yesterday? Yeah. Look, in terms of the week as a whole, we'll leave you in pundit mode for a second. For both Sophie and Kirsty, what can they take into finals night tomorrow?
Oh, loads. I mean, Sophie, as she's already mentioned, disappointed to lose those opening couple, but then didn't look back after that. Didn't lose a game, really confident, really big performances today. I think yesterday was consistent, but today we saw a couple of bigger performances, so lots to take in. And for Kirsty, she was disappointed about how Group A went, but reset, and then she gets the opportunity now. She's in the final. She can reset, come in tomorrow, and hopefully nice and refreshed and feeling good about the chance she's got.
And just finally for you, Sophie, what would it mean for you to win?
Oh, it mean a lot. I've won a lot of big things recently, but this would just be like something on the list, I guess.
Well, congratulations on your performance today and the last couple of days and making it through. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Laura, we'll look forward to seeing you tonight in a different capacity. Any final thoughts ahead of tonight?
Nope, just going to go back, have a little bit of rest, and then come back in a few hours and get on that practice board.
Well, that's from 10 p.m. There's plenty coming up between now and then, and plenty coming up on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. In fact, we're staying with the women, a pairs challenge straight after this live show. This evening, before the live action gets underway, 9:30 p.m. for the story of Fallon Sherrick. Laura Turner maybe dancing again in celebration this evening, a couple of wins away from joining Sophie in qualifying for finals night, and that finals night will take place at 7:30 here at the Super Series. Kirsty Vinakainen, Kirsty Hutchinson and Sophie McKinley have all made it there already. So stay tuned, whatever you're doing, keep it here on Pluto TV, and we'll be back from 10 p.m. with some more live darts action to see who the final 3 to finals night will be.
Generational talent playing at the peak of her powers.
She steps back, has a good look, and nails it.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Finds it with a third dart. Great to get that victory.
Kelsey Finicana.